Good morning, all. Can you hear me?
Good morning.
Commissioner Byrd, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Hanging in, hanging in.
Good.
You know, this thin agenda we've got today just hasn't kept me busy at all.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah, I know. The more I suffer, the better.
Yeah, I see you're losing hair over it.
Oh, that's long gone. Now I'm losing skin cells on top of my head. If I don't moisturize it, just forget it.
Well, I'm not far behind you, I'm afraid.
Well, for your sake, I hope you are.
No, there's a reason why I keep my hair short. If I let it go long, it'd be obvious. More obvious is what I should say. I get more and more surprised every year that goes by.
Seriously, no, you gotta be. There's no way you can be surprised now. It's just ongoing deterioration, and I guess the thing to be surprised about is we're still here.
Yeah, we can't all have that beautiful head of hair like Commissioner Maestas over there, all combed and every strand in perfect position.
Yeah. Well, ugly is important. If you can't have beauty if you don't have ugly to compare it to, right?
That's right. You got to have a perspective.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Can you guys hear me? Can you hear me?
Joe, and we don't want to. No, go ahead, Joe.
You got no choice. I've taken over headquarters.
We were talking about you, not to you.
Well, the only other person who's just got such a tremendous head of hair is Fred Mondragon. And he's trying to, rub it in on us too with his pretty.
Yeah, I saw that when he popped up there, just to highlighting his top of his head.
Yeah.
You're still muted.
You're muted, Fred.
Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning, Commissioner Hall. Okay, I'm going to let us go 30 more seconds and then I'm going to get started here.
Good morning, Commissioner Hall. This is Fred
Good
Mondragon.
morning.
I'm your
Good
constituent,
morning.
as you know, so nice to have you representing me.
Very nice to see you.
Bird, you see how he just conveniently skipped over us to Commissioner Hall?
What's
Yeah,
that?
Commissioner, well, you didn't hear because I was on mute, and I apologize, Commissioner Fishman and Commissioner Maestas. Good to see you again. My old partners in economic development, both of you.
Okay, I think everyone's here, but we're ready to go. Mike, could you please do the, so I'm calling us to order, and please do the roll call, Mike.
Commissioner Maestas.
I hear.
Commissioner Byrd.
I'm a present.
Commissioner Hall.
Here.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Here.
Commissioner Fishman.
Here.
We have 5 commissioners present. That constitutes a quorum for the Open Meeting Act.
Okay, and I think, is Judy here? Judy? Well, if I can't get Judy, Mike, you're going to do the pledge this morning.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico, the Zia symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures.
See, you did this last time too, Mike, is you skipped the indivisible part. But
Did I?
I'm gonna just slip it in that we're one nation, indivisible.
Well, that may
Maybe
not
he's trying to separate himself.
I know, I'm not sure what's going on here.
What's up with that?
And
Yeah.
this
I'm not sure that necessarily reflects the
This is our
current state of
chief counsel.
Right.
Unfortunately true. Okay, we're gonna on to consideration and approval of the agenda.
So moved.
Commissioners, any thoughts, comments?
Second.
Mr. Chair, I don't know if the commissioner saw my email about the EPIRP matter. I said, I don't have a proposed order this week and it could be brought back next week. But if any commissioner would like to discuss any proposals, it would be a good idea to do that this week. So I wanted to put that out there. If the commission wants to take that off or leave it on, we can discuss it.
Mr. Chair, I would suggest we maybe postpone it simply because this looks like we might have a long discussion today. I'm not sure. And I looked for a memo last night on that. When did you, let me ask Russell, if you don't mind, Mr. Chair. Russell, when did you send that email? Because I couldn't find anything in connection with that case last night.
No, Commissioner, I sent an email, but with no memo or order, and I actually recommended taking it off of the agenda. I said that I think on Monday.
Yes, that one.
And I said, but if any commissioner wanted to discuss any particular proposal that they had, they might want to discuss it this week and for preparation for next week. But I think taking it off the agenda sounds like the
okay.
way.
I do remember that email, and so I guess that's what I was anticipating because thereafter you didn't send it, and that's consistent with your first email. So. Mr. Chair, I guess I would propose that we take it off the agenda for this week and put it on for next.
Yeah, personally, I'm fine with that because we can always, talk individually to Russell about any ideas we have. We've got a pretty full agenda here.
Yes.
Yeah. Any objections to that as an amendment to the agenda?
So, Mr. Chair, I would propose an amendment to the agenda to remove that case number 21-00242-UT in the matter of El Paso Electric Company's integrated resource plan for period 2021 through 2040 to be removed from the agenda this week and put on the agenda next week. We can leave out that last clause, just remove for this week, from this agenda.
Yep. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Masta seconds. Any discussion? Mike, please take the roll.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
The agenda as amended is approved by a vote of 5-0.
Introduction of special guests. Sarah, are you here?
Hi, Commissioner Fishman. This is Isaac. It sounds like Sarah had a bit of an emergency this morning. I'm not sure about special guests, so I'm just going to ask, do any of the division directors have anyone that they would like to introduce? Hearing nothing, I will say we don't have any special guests. We do have quite a few public comments today, so I will go on to public comments next in one moment. All right, so the first person we have signed up for public comment today is Jim Desjardins from the Renewable Energy Industry Association of New Mexico. Jim, you have the floor.
Mr. Chairman, this is Michael Smith.
Yes.
I would just ask, since we do have a number of public comments, I would just ask the commission, the chairman rather, to remind those presenting public comment that they are by our Open Meeting Act, our open meeting policy restricted to 3 minutes for their personal comments.
Correct. And sometimes the commission does engage with someone who's doing public comment. How many public commenters do we have today, Isaac?
We have 11 people signed up today.
Okay, so today, please, let's, this is for commissioners as well as commenters. 11 times 3, 33 minutes. We got a long agenda, so we're gonna take the comments, and please don't take our silence as hostility. We are listening to all of your comments and appreciate your taking the time to give them. So let's try and avoid discussion with commenters today. So let's go ahead with our first person.
Hi, good morning, Public Regulation Commission. Good morning, commissioners. My name is Jim Desjardins, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Renewable Energy Industries Association of New Mexico. We're known as REIA. My comments are based on a letter that we sent on November 19th, 2021. The growth of the local solar industry over the last 20 years has really been phenomenal. We've had about 30,000 installations in New Mexico. Currently, the industry employs about 2,000 people. We contribute a lot to the local economy through purchases of electrical supply houses, offices, trucks, equipment rental, etc. My comments today are based on net metering, because net metering is a primary driver of our industry, and we believe it's critical that we ensure that we keep net metering. And what net metering does, it provides a bill credit mechanism for solar systems so that when they over-generate in a given billing period, there is a credit that the person receives in terms of kilowatt hours for a future billing period. And this basically helps to ensure that a person who chooses to self-generate has a viable financial arrangement. Our concern is that in states throughout the country, this bill credit mechanism known as net metering is being threatened. And one place in particular was at the Central Maine Power Company that is owned by Avangrid. And this was referenced by the hearing examiner in the current case before the commission, case 20-00200-UT, where it was stated that there was an investigation into Central Maine Power's implementation of interconnection practices for developers. And it was, there were complaints that Central Maine Power improperly increased costs to be charged to renewable energy developers. And furthermore, in a public hearing, one of Avangrid's representatives took positions indicating hostility to net metering billing arrangements. So I make these comments because obviously there is the merger of PNM and Avangrid is before the commission. And while our organization has not taken a position either way on the merger, we do urge that if the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission approves the merger, that there be a commitment from the merged companies that net metering is preserved and a fair treatment for small generators in New Mexico. And we believe that this will help to provide the optimal grid for safety, reliability, and clean energy. And that's the end of my comments. I thank the commission very much for the opportunity.
Thank you for your comments. Isaac, who's up next?
Next, we have Paulo Silva. Paulo, are you there? If so, please unmute yourself, and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, I am. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me just start some video here. Yeah, so thank you, Commissioner. Good morning. My name is Paulo Silva. I'm the owner of Security Limits, Inc., a company offering cybersecurity services to utilities. Um, as you know, I have raised some concerns last February in respect to providing those services to Avangrid and successfully bidding on contracts with Avangrid. I have discovered that Avangrid's conduct artificially raised rates paid by consumers in New York and illegally enriched Avangrid's favored bidders. On Monday, Security Limits my company has filed a 65-page complaint in federal district court in Manhattan. We're seeking damages for Avangrid's wrongful conduct. The complaint alleges that Avangrid violated the Racketeering, Influence, Corrupt Organization Act, the Robinson-Patman Act, the Clayton Act, and New York law by rigging its bids for services and stealing my intellectual property over a 3-year period. I asked that the Commissioner review the complaint in detail, and in my point of view, the proposed additional stipulations are not sufficient to make the acquisition in the public interest of Americans. And I urge you to disapprove or to not approve the merger. Thank you.
Thank you. Isaac, who's up next?
Next, we have Jeffrey Steele. Jeffrey, if you're there, please unmute yourself, and you have 3 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Jeff Steele. I am the business manager for Iron Workers Local Union 495. Our jurisdiction covers the whole state. We have about north of 300 iron workers that are willing, ready, and well-trained to help build infrastructures that could be coming up for all the renewable energy. And I'm also a trustee for the New Mexico Building and Trades. And I would just like to let you know that Iron Workers Local 495 is in complete support of the merger. So thank you for your time.
And thank you. Next up, Isaac.
Next, we have Fred Mondragon.
Fred, are you on mute again?
I was.
Okay.
Good morning, commissioners. I hope everybody's having a good morning. It's going to be a long day, so I'll keep my comments short as well. My name is Fred Mondragon. I am the Honorary Consul of Spain, representing Spain in New Mexico, and also a retired cabinet secretary for economic development under Governor Richardson. And in that role, I have had the opportunity to work with the Public Regulatory Commission and perhaps its predecessors as well. So thank you for the opportunity again. Throughout my career, I've had the opportunity to work with state residents, businesses, partners from across the country, economic developers, the legislature, to support broad-based economic development to benefit all of New Mexico and allow our state to continue to thrive in an increasingly complex global economy. As the current Honorary Consul of Spain, I have had also the opportunity to work to help foster stronger economic and cultural ties between Spain and our state. Now, to state the obvious, Avangrid, the American subsidiary of Iberdrola, the Spanish company that's a world leader in power generation and renewable energy, and provides solar and wind power to millions, is poised to merge with the Public Service Company of New Mexico, PNM. The merger will keep New Mexico to help New Mexico meet our energy needs today and in the coming years, keeping electricity affordable for ratepayers, supporting essential investments in New Mexico's power grid, and facilitating the transition to renewable energy in accordance with the state's historic 2019 Energy Transition Act. The merger has been announced by scrutinized by state authorities, as well it should be. Many questions have been asked, and the company has agreed to many. In fact, I would say at this point, probably 99.9% of the conditions to gain approval of the deal, including providing tens of millions of dollars for a range of benefits for the ratepayers and to support economic development throughout the state. It's a little bit disappointing and disheartening that some of the testimony has implied that Spanish members of the executive team would somehow compromise or the power grid or not guarantee the needs of New Mexico for secure, safe, and renewable energy. These goals are very much embedded in Iberdrola and Avangrid executives in the corporate culture, and that has made the company world leaders in power generation and distribution. Avangrid has already invested scores of millions of dollars in New Mexico green energy generation facilities and provided hundreds of high-paying new jobs, land lease payments to individuals and to the state. And paid property and gross receipts taxes to rural counties and school districts. Furthermore, they have the resources to achieve, indeed accelerate, New Mexico's goal of achieving carbon-free energy by 2045. In addition, they have considerably improved the economic development and community contribution commitments, as well as pledged to expand on the outstanding record of PNM in supporting community, charitable, and educational entities. On the governance and money management side, most current level positions will be sustained, and the board membership will include, hopefully, 100%, but certainly a majority of New Mexico citizens. Let's not forget that many New Mexicans trace our roots back to Spain and other countries in Europe. I'm a little bit offended by any implication that somebody who had resided elsewhere or who does reside elsewhere would be less worthy to serve than someone who lives in New Mexico or lived here the entire lives. New Mexico has a rich and diverse history, influenced by many other cultures. I know that my fellow New Mexicans share the pride that I take in our heritage and how it has shaped New Mexicans. We welcome those who want to invest in our state and be part of our state. Mr. Chairman, just one final comment. I had the opportunity to travel with the governor back, I'd say about 12, 15 years ago to Spain. And we actually met with the chairman at the time of Iberdrola, and so we had some discussions about the state of the utilities in New Mexico and so on. And in the middle of the discussion, I said, Ignacio, why don't you just buy PNM 15 years ago? And he said, in due time, my man, we may consider that. So anyway, I was there hopefully at the birth of this idea, with Governor Richardson, the chairman of the board, and it's finally going to happen. So it's in your hands. Thank you very much for the opportunity to say a few words, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission.
Thank you. Isaac, by the way, are you keeping time, Isaac? Because I don't have a second hand in front of me here.
I have not been doing anything to enforce time. I can certainly put a timer up on the screen if you would like me to.
Yeah, that would probably be helpful. I think we might have gone over a little on that one, but no one's abusing their privilege here. So who's next up?
Can you see the timer screen? It should just.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Next we have Courtney Eichhorst. Courtney, if you are there, please unmute yourself and you have 3 minutes. Courtney, are you connected? Do not see anyone with that name connected to the meeting, so we'll skip her for now. Next, we have Rebecca Aguilar. Rebecca, are you here?
Yes, I am. Good morning, honorable commissioners. My name is Rebecca Jas Aguilar, and I am a resident of Albuquerque and a PNM customer. I live in District 1. I am here today to speak against the merger of PNM with Avangrid Iberdrola. I would like to address the fact that the PRC's chief hearing examiner found Avangrid Iberdrola to be an untrustworthy partner, and that this merger will not benefit consumers in New Mexico. If the deal went ahead, even if the company agreed to all protections sought in the examiner recommended decision, the PRC would need to invest enormous resources to verify fulfillment of any and all the promises they made. I would like to ask the following questions. First, does the PRC have sufficient resources for this kind of oversight? Second, should public resources be spent this way? Third, will it work? And fourth, what will the state of New Mexico do when it doesn't? The state of Maine already underscores the problems that New Mexico will face, but let me just briefly tell you about how difficult it has been for two national governments to deal with Iberdrola. The government of Spain has not been able to make Iberdrola behave in favor of its customers. The company has continued to increase electricity costs, causing great suffering to the people of Spain. Electricity costs in Spain broke records several times this summer. While Iberdrola and the other two private companies that dominate the electrical market in Spain posted record profits, they refused to stop increasing electricity costs, and they threatened the Spanish government with legal actions when it tried to use the power of the state to make these companies comply. In Mexico, corrupt government officials from past administrations approved energy legislation that greatly and unfairly benefited Iberdrola to the detriment of the state public company and to the detriment of consumers. The current president is trying to change the situation, but it can only do so through changes to federal legislation. I bring this up because I want to underscore the difficulty of making Avangrid Iberdrola behave. Can the state of New Mexico, the people of New Mexico, afford to sign this deal when the examiner's recommendations are unequivocally saying don't? And by the way, if this merger promises benefits from selling electricity to Mexico, this is one more reason to think twice before accepting it. The changes to electrical legislation proposed by the current Mexican president are very likely to take place because he has 70% approval, his party has majority in Congress, and the new legislation has over 80% approval among people. Iberdrola's position in the Mexican electrical market will not be the same as it is today. I respectfully urge this commission to reject this merger. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Isaac, who do we have coming up?
Okay, next, I'm not sure if this person actually received the Zoom info, but I will check just to be safe. Paul Gibson. Paul Gibson, are you connected to the meeting? Not see Paul, so I'm going to move past Paul. Next, I have Pamela Marshall. Pamela, are you here? If you're calling on your telephone, you may be muted. Try pushing *6. Okay, not hearing anything from Pamela. We will move past her for now. Next, we have Jay Levine. Jay, are you there?
Hello, thank you. I'm here. Thank you, commissioners. Thank you, PRC staff, for this opportunity. And thank you, Ms. Hasso Aguilar. So well said. Appreciate all those comments. I'm here to speak also against the merger. I'm urging the PRC to reject the merger with Avangrid Iberdrola. My comments are mostly about the idea that Avangrid and Iberdrola are good partners for New Mexico. All I see is another outside company coming to New Mexico to take our resources and take the profits out of state, much like we've seen with oil and gas, much like we've seen in the past with so many different minerals taken out of the ground in New Mexico. It just seems like a bad idea, a bad fit. New Mexico has amazing resources on wind and solar. We have a lot of resources in our state, and we have other companies coming to our state to help us to develop them. We don't need a company like Avangrid, who clearly through testimony and other comments have flaunted customers in the past. They seem to have no regard for their customers. And to me, that's a huge problem. If they don't care about the customers, then how could the PRC possibly accept this merger? PRC is mandated by its mission to look after the customers, the ratepayers of utilities. The next thing I'm really concerned about is where all the dollars in this, where all the dollars are going. It seems like the biggest chunk of dollars are going to investors and to current executives of PNM. It seems like that is the wrong way to send money in this. If this is to go through, money should be going to the ratepayers, the people who have supported PNM all these years, should be getting the bulk of the money in return. My next big issue is by some of the comments made here. One of the biggest comments that I have a really big concern with is from Avangrid executive. He referred to New Mexico being the acquisition of PNM being a beachhead for Avangrid renewables. That is warlike terminology, and that really concerns me as to how they are considering what they're going to do in New Mexico. They should be looking to New Mexico as a state of New Mexico and the people of New Mexico as partners. They should be looking to taking over PNM for the benefit of ratepayers, not for their own personal benefit, not for the own benefit of Iberdrola or Avangrid. I urge the PRC to reject this merger. It is not in the best interest of New Mexico. It is not in the best interest of PNM ratepayers. It is not in the best interest of the future of life on Earth, where we must accelerate our use of renewable power to allow for future humans, our future generations to survive. Thank you so much for the opportunity. And again, I urge you to reject the merger.
Thank you. Isaac, who's up next?
Next, we have Jonathano. I apologize if I said that wrong. Juarez.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
And Isaac, you've got it set at 2 minutes instead of 3, so just to be sure we give them a fair shake here. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Guess I'll get started. Good morning, everyone. My name is Jonathan Juarez Alonso. I am 19 years old. I'm from the pueblos of Laguna and Esleda, and I'm here today as the policy lead for Earth Care. I also am a resident of Albuquerque, which is in unceded Tewa territories, which is where my ancestors have resided for generations before a genocidal conquest was led by Spain that reached our land that is now New Mexico in the mid-1600s. But most importantly, I'm here today as a PNM ratepayer. So Earth Care represents young people and their families who live in communities throughout northern New Mexico, several hundred PNM ratepayers. And we fully support the Chief Hearing Examiner's recommendation to deny the merger of PNM, Avangrid, and Iberdrola, because this proposed merger is designed to disproportionately benefit PNM executives, corporate interests, and shareholders while ignoring the best interests of ratepayers across New Mexico. As many of us today here know, Avangrid's parent organization, Iberdrola, is currently under criminal investigation in Spain. There are strong grassroots movements led by ratepayers to kick them out of Maine, New York, and other countries in which they currently operate. Why? Well, Avangrid has received over $63 million worth of penalties and violations in the past 5 years alone. And they have been anything but transparent regarding these penalties and violations. These are not trivial infractions. These include failures to provide reliable service, causing rolling brownouts and blackouts and endangering people's lives. These are instances of deferred maintenance on poles and wires that cause dangerous accidents. Think of the wildfires that could be caused by this kind of negligence here in New Mexico. These are billing errors that cause customers extreme stress and financial hardship. We cannot allow our communities to become the next testing ground for Iberdrola's latest failing project. We deserve better, and it's your job as our commissioners to protect us from this kind of negligence. Earth Care applauds the hearing examiner in his rigorous and comprehensive review of this case and his decision not to recommend that PRC vote against this egregious merger. Thank you so much for your time, and again, please vote no on this merger.
Thank you. Isaac,
Next, we have Sandra Wheeler. Sandra, are you here?
I am. Can you hear me?
We can. You have 3 minutes.
Yes. Commissioners, I thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. I have 2 issues I'd like to comment on. First, I request you reconsider the requirement that rebates for home EV charging stations will only be available to those with wireless internet. I'm very likely to try to buy an EV and a charging station. Since 2007, I've bought 2 hybrids, even though they cost a lot more than the Fords I'd bought before. But that was worth the cost to me because I didn't want to contribute to climate disruption. I do not have Wi-Fi because that expense is just for my own convenience. And while those are my personal circumstances, I have the feeling that while they might be a minority, that there would be other potential EV buyers who would also not have Wi-Fi. Secondly, I am very much against PNM's so-called sale of its share of the Four Corners power plant to the NTEC, in spite of the fact that the hearing commissioners approved this. Commissioner approved this. The ETA requires that the PRC disallow fossil fuel plants from being reassigned, redesignated, or sold as a means of compliance with the renewable portfolio standard. The intent of this is not to allow utilities to pass along the pollution to some other polluter, but to stop it. Legally, affected communities in a case like this are defined as being within a 100-mile radius of the power plant and within New Mexico. But realistically, because it's the nature of greenhouse gas emissions not to stay above the area where they're emitted, the affected community covers the entire globe. 1 year ago, the PNM Vice President for Energy Generation made the shameful statement, "We all share one goal, an emissions-free New Mexico." In that case, you would not sell the coal plant to the coal mine owners, the NTEC, because they plan to keep it open as long as possible, past the 2031 closing date. PNM would also want to use natural gas as a substitute for the energy they've got from the Four Corners. None of that is environmentally sound for the planet.
3 minutes. Three minutes are up, so please close.
I'm up to. Thank you very much. Bye.
Okay, thank you. Sorry if I cut you off at the end there a little bit. Isaac, next up.
Next, we have Yang Toledo.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
You can.
Yes.
Sounds good. Good morning, everyone. My name is Yang. I am here as a spokesperson for Youth United for Climate Crisis Action. I am Danette from Farmington, where my family is from and has lived for generations. I currently live in Tiwa territory known as Albuquerque. I'm a PNM ratepayer. Our group has members in the Four Corners, in Albuquerque, and in Santa Fe. We support the hearing examiner's recommended decision to deny the merger application. As a group focused on climate action, we welcome opportunities to accelerate this transition to renewables. PNM has certainly been an obstacle to progress for a very long time. However, we don't buy the greenwashing of Avangrid Iberdrola. Yes, they have spent millions on advertisements telling us how green they are, but they are actually a huge investor in gas and nuclear and have a low rating when it comes to renewables internationally. We don't need a multi-nation national corporation that is interested in monopolizing our renewable energy market in New Mexico. We want to own and produce our own renewable energy so that we can keep the profits local for our communities. We also have serious concerns about And we have concerns about the ways in which Avangrid's poor performance and maintenance records have actually increased the threat of catastrophic wildfires and other grid reliable threats. Furthermore, there's far too little in the way of benefits in this merger in terms of threats, in terms of cleanup commitments and opportunities for local communities to benefit from renewable energy. As someone from the communities impacted from PNM's coal investments, I would expect that rather than walking away with millions in private gain, companies who actually really wanted to do right by our communities would commit to a full and comprehensive cleanup of San Juan and meaningful reparations for the communities who have suffered in the shadows of the plants. And I grew up around the Chaco plant. I grew up around the Four Corners plant, and I also grew up on the APS plant. We believe that there's a better alternative to New Mexico, to PNM, that would really maximize the benefits to our communities and to our environment and put control of our energy system in New Mexican hands, not the hands of the profit driven by multinational corporations. I appreciate your time. Have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Thank you. Isaac.
All right. Next, we have Ernie C. DeBaca.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. My name is Ernie C. DeBaca. I am president and CEO of the Albuquerque Hispano Chamber of Commerce, and we are in strong support of the merger. As you all know, PNM and Avangrid have agreed to all the conditions outlined by the hearing examiner, and 23 of the original 24 interveners are now either in fully support or not opposing the merger. The merger benefits are huge for our communities in New Mexico, for PNM's customers, and for the environment. So what happens should the PRC deny the merger? This is what we will not get. We will not get $200 million in economic development benefits, including $15 million in economic development funding, 150 new full-time great paying jobs, initiation of an effective minority and women-owned business procurement program alongside the New Mexico Attorney General, an additional $10 million commitment made to PRC staff beyond the hearing examiner's recommendation, consistent with commitments previously made to other parties. We will not get approximately $94 million in customer benefits, including $67 million in PNM customer bill discounts over 3 years, $10 million for residential customers who are behind their bills paid due to COVID-19, $15 million for low-income energy efficiency and weatherization, $2 million for providing electricity to new customers in remote areas. We will not get enhanced environmental benefits, the creation of a carbon reduction task force, so PNM will not only meet but exceed its zero carbon goals, enhanced energy efficiency and solar programs, the creation of a chief environmental officer who will be responsible for meeting their carbon reduction goals. There will be no funding for Four Corners benefits of $12.5 million. The Albuquerque Hispano Chamber is organized to promote economic development, enhance economic opportunities, and to provide business and workforce education with an emphasis on the Hispanic and small business community in Albuquerque and New Mexico. This merger helps with that effort. PRC, please do the right thing for our communities, PNM's customers, and our environment. Vote to approve the merger. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Isaac.
All right, it looks like Courtney Eichhorst is connected now. Courtney, if you're there, please unmute yourself and you have 3 minutes.
Perfect, Isaac, thank you. Good morning, commissioners. My name is Courtney Eichhorst. I am the president of New Mexico Building and Construction Trades Council. I am very sorry I was not paying attention earlier. I was in a meeting and I ran back to the computer, so excuse the tardiness, but New Mexico Building and Construction Trades Council consists of about 15 crafts unions representing over 11,000 people in New Mexico. We've been working diligently in New Mexico since we were a territory. We have worked on everything from the hospitals to the power lines to the power plants. Anything in this state, you name it, we've been there, we've done that. This merger proposed in front of the PRC would be a game changer as far as training the next generation of workforce in New Mexico. We need this to happen. With the amount of economic benefits coming to New Mexico to allow training opportunities, to allow people to thrive in our economy. And this is a no-brainer. This needs to happen. It's our view that the state's economy, our workforce, our livelihoods should have been given significantly more consideration in this study. Avangrid's interest in a safe, well-trained, and dependable workforce. We're very concerned with that, and we understand when power lines go down due to a severe storm or another incident happens, it causes electrical outages. It's our members that are on the front lines ensuring New Mexicans have the critical power sources available, usually without a second thought. They just jump in and act. So with this, I ask the PRC, please consider and allow this merger to continue and to go through as needed for the people of New Mexico. And Building and Construction Trades Council really does approve and support this merger. With that, I'll stop. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. And Isaac, we have some more commenters.
I believe that is everyone, but I will just give a final check on.
I'd like to interrupt. I apologize, Isaac. It's Pamela Marshall out in Pecos.
I was just going to ask if you'd managed to connect yet. So Pamela, we do have one more commenter. Pamela, please go ahead, and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, hello. Commissioners, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm on the phone. That's why no high-speed Wi-Fi, no potential to do video. I'm out here in Pecos, even though my electricity comes from the Mora San Miguel Electric Co-op and not PNM. I am very concerned about this merger. I support the commissioner's opposition to the merger, even though I greatly support the energy transition to renewables in our state. And I oppose the continuation and the sale of the coal-fired plant for its continued operation. I am totally opposed to that, and I am not convinced that that thing will shut down with this merger and with the operations and decisions of PNM that have apparently lost money and want to foist their debt onto our customers, even though I'm not one of them. Maybe one day I would be if I moved away or if they improved our delivery out here through Tri-State in Pecos, where I'm a landowner. I believe that the history of this company for the merger, Avangrid, Iberdrola, their history is abysmal. I don't think you can even consider a merger despite the good ideas that they are putting on television with massive amounts of propaganda that turns my stomach. I don't think one can consider making an alliance and a merger with a company that has such a poor history of reliability and accountability. I don't see a lot of low-cost energy coming to the customers compared to the $713 million they're going to make for their stockholders. I don't see any discussion of how they plan to meet any standards of efficiency or reliability in terms of operation and outages, et cetera, et cetera. No penalties. Nothing's going to stop them from doing anything that they want to discount. Hours of outages and billing errors for customers in other states. I think you need to look at the past negative past performance of this company as the commissioners had when they came to their decision to oppose the merger. I would like to see development and delivery of solar and wind in this state. I think we have a great deal of expertise in our state, and I don't think the money should be leaving the state. I agree with some of what was said in some of the previous speakers.
Okay.
100%. Running
You're
out of
getting
time.
to the end. You're at the end of your time.
Yeah, well, you didn't call me, so I'm sorry. Anyway, I see that this is, I oppose it, and I would like this merger not to happen. I think we can do a lot better for customers in this state. And
Okay,
I
thank
had
you.
a couple, yeah.
We have a 3-minute time limit, and you've gone over.
That's fine. I didn't
but-
have a clock where I'm standing because I have to stay
Yeah,
plugged in because of
don't
my
worry
battery.
about it.
Okay.
But thank you for your comments.
Yep, you're welcome.
Hello, this is Paul Gibson. I was able to get on actually, and I would like to offer comment.
Isaac, please, Isaac's controlling the order here, and I think
That's
we have
fine,
a
but I
few more
heard
to
him
go.
say that there were no one else on, and I see also Seth Berry is on now too.
Anderson.
Yeah, Paul, we'll get to everyone, I promise. Let's just keep quiet until you're called upon, please.
Okay.
The first
Isaac,
person-
you could be my school teacher. You disciplined me just beautifully.
Sorry if that was for my.
No. I was just kind of amusing. Anyway, go ahead.
We have someone. The name is Dan in Taos is the Zoom name. I didn't get a previous sign up, so I don't have your full name. But if you let us please know your full name, and then you have 3 minutes to comment.
Thank you. Good morning, commissioners. My name is Daniel Pritchard. I live in Taos. I'm on the executive board of Renewable Taos, representing 150 members. I was a ratepayer for PNM for over 40 years, and I represent also several family members and friends, in my opinion. They're working today and are unable to attend this comment session. I fully agree with the hearing examiner's recommendation to reject the merger of PNM and Avangrid. You know, it's really easy to see that this proposed takeover, ultimately by a foreign company, continues the treatment of New Mexico as a sacrifice zone where our energy resources get mined and sold and the profits leave the state. This is absolutely the case with gas and oil, and now we see this with solar and wind, as Pattern Energy was purchased completely by the Canadian Retirement Fund. With PNM merged into the Iberdrola family, profits ultimately go to a mega corporation in Spain, not our ratepayers here in New Mexico. This is absolutely the wrong way to support economic development for New Mexico. It would be best if these profits stayed within New Mexico. We can train people, we can construct solar without foreign ownership, we can invest in New Mexico. There must be a better way, and I suggest that there is. As you know, the New Mexico State Investment Council oversees the permanent funds, and these funds have gained $6.5 billion with a B in the last 13 months. That gives the state some real options, but that's a completely different discussion. This last-minute attempt by the joint applicants to accept all stipulations, albeit with so many conditions, is disingenuous and deceptive. They have had plenty of opportunity to get it right, not go back and change their mind. The joint applicants have proposed many weak and vague offers, like offers to study a situation. The public relies on the PRC to enforce this. It's the P in public. And with the PRC changes and staff reductions, enforcement is increasingly unlikely, as we're seeing from the public. And by the way, $67 million, as you've heard, going back to ratepayers, that's about $1.64 a month. That's hardly a huge benefit, as some have suggested. Of note regarding enforceability, Section 62-12-4 of the Public Utility Act provides for penalties of not more than $100,000 per offense. And that's in the hearing examiner's report. That seems like little more than a slap on the wrist for a multi-billion-dollar mega corporation. They're not going to hesitate to violate, and then pay fines of insignificant amounts, and their track record in this respect is well documented. I urge you to vote in accordance with the hearing examiner's conclusions and reject the merger, no matter what glitzy TV ads they keep coming up with to try to convince ratepayers otherwise. We have an opportunity to do this right and not sell out the ratepayers to another international conglomerate, no matter what promises they make. Thank you, commissioners, for your time.
Thank you. Isaac, next.
Alrighty, and next we have someone who's connected as Taos Progressive. Please share your name and you have 3 minutes to comment.
Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Christy Holden. I'm a longtime environmental activist. I read the entire 450-page report of the chief examiner. And in the first 30 pages, there were these 3 comments. The proposed transaction itself was not designed to benefit P&M customers, page 39. The potential harms of the proposed transaction outweigh its benefits, page 37. The potential harms of the proposed transaction outweigh the benefits. The changes negotiated by the joint applicants to satisfy the narrow interest of the individual parties have not produced a result that is in the public interest. You may recall in the New Mexico legislature, they passed a bill for solar, community solar. I'm very concerned about what this merger will mean for community solar in New Mexico. Many of the community solar groups in Maine had to complain to their regulatory commission that Avangrid's utility was undermining into the interconnections for rooftop and community solar. We now have a lot of momentum for community solar, and we should not let this merger slow it down. In fact, one of the reasons that the hearing examiner gave for recommending against this merger was that he found Avangrid might impede our progress towards very much needed renewable transition. Avangrid has less than 2% solar in its entire energy portfolio as a multinational, and it's run by Enron type financial wizards, not utility operators or engineering professionals. Avangrid does not have the requisite technical knowledge in how to run a dynamic renewable operation that will serve our state. Additionally, Avangrid is here solely to boost shareholder gain. That is what they said in previous hearings. They are not here to provide clean renewable energy at low rates. The potential risk of unreliable, corruption, diminished service quality, loss of local control, all of these are outweighing any benefits that are supposedly built into this merger. I also want to add here a comment. I hear a lot of talk about money, $8 billion. What I have not heard anyone from Iberdrola or Avangrid say is we are here to serve. A utility is a service industry. It is built on relationship to the customer. They are not talking about serving our state. This is yet another robber baron here to extract our resources and run off with the profit. You, the PRC, are the voice of the people. Please vote no against this merger. Thank you.
Thank you, Isaac. Who's next?
Looks like next we have Seth Berry. Seth, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Well, good morning, good afternoon from the state of Maine, and it's a pleasure to be with you to offer comment on this proposed merger. I believe, commissioners, that you have my sworn affidavit already, and that's a matter of public record, but I just wanted to add in a few late comments as well, and I appreciate the opportunity. I'm actually ducked away from a important Energy Committee meeting, which I'm chairing. I chair the Energy Committee here in the Maine State Legislature. But this is important to me because it's important to you to know what we have been through here in Maine. And just a quick restatement. We have the most frequent outages in the nation. We have the 10th highest rates in the nation, and we have the utility with the lowest customer satisfaction based on JD Power's rankings, industry standard rankings, the lowest customer satisfaction in the nation of any large or mid-sized US utility, bar none. And that has been the case for multiple years, in fact. Nevertheless, true to form, Avangrid has taken out full page ads in your papers, including the Santa Fe New Mexican, claiming that they are the best in class in the state of Maine. Nothing could be further from the truth. And this is par for the course. This is what we get from Avangrid again and again since we allowed ourselves to engage in a shotgun marriage to them. We've been captive customers ever since, with no way out, bar extreme measures. And that's hard. It's a hard place to be. We don't want that for you. I know that the chief examiner, Schanauer, included a concern around criminal investigations going on in Spain. There's one going on in Maine right now as well, because the Santa Fe New Mexican newspaper ad included the state seal, the seal of the state of Maine, which represents the voice and the values and the imprimatur of the state of Maine, the people of the state of Maine. And it was used by Avangrid, co-opted by Avangrid for its own purposes in that advertisement. That is a Class E crime in the state of Maine. It is not okay to use it in that way. And our Attorney General and Secretary of State are now looking into that as well. We don't want you to be captive customers to this kind of a company, such a multinational monopoly as Iberdrola. We certainly don't want you to be distracted by criminal investigations and unable to trust in the utility that you will be depending on for your clean energy future, as we have here in Maine. Clean energy, they've opposed it from the start. They've been the number one opponent to clean energy and solar in my committee room, and I'll end there. But thank you for listening, and I wish you luck with your decision. Obviously, I hope you will vote against this merger. Thank you.
I appreciate your comments. Thank you. Isaac, next up.
All right, Paul, sorry for cutting you off earlier, but you have the floor now.
Thank you very much. My name is Paul Gibson, co-founder of Retake Our Democracy, a customer of PNM and a constituent of PRC Commissioner Joe Maestas. The Iberdrola Avangrid PNM partners have spent millions of dollars full of misleading information, including false boasts of being leaders in the development of renewable energy and faithful shepherds of its customers. They have made promises for major investments in New Mexico, but have a track record of deceit, incompetence, greed, and disregard for the rule of law that spans over a decade of corruption in Mexico, Bolivia, Guatemala, Spain, and Maine. And despite this track record, they come to New Mexico asking for a marriage that would make them the shepherds of our state's energy future, and to a significant degree, our economic future. But with any marriage, there comes a time when the officiant asks, is there anyone present who finds a reason why this marriage should not be consummated? And in New Mexico, that moment began with your discovery process and continues today as you hear from constituents. But you've already heard from your chief hearing examiner, who outlined 450 pages of reasons to reject this marriage. You have just heard from Seth Berry, legislator from Maine, who told you of Avangrid's disregard for Maine law, regulation, and customers. And you have heard from Scott Hempling, who has written a textbook on utility regulation, who concluded his testimony with this, quote, "My testimony is complex because this transaction is complex, but the message is not. Iberdrola Avangrid wants to control PNM to get a platform. PNMR wants to sell control of PNM's public franchise to get $713 million. Nothing about this transaction benefits consumers. Much about this transaction will harm them. There are no reasons to approve this transaction and many reasons to reject it." That's from page 76 of his testimony. Commissioners, you are the officiant for this proposed marriage. You have asked if there are reasons not to approve it, and you have heard from utility experts like Scott Hempling and from those with direct experience with Avangrid like Seth Berry from Maine. And after sifting through all the testimony and considering all the facts, you have 450 pages of reasons to reject this merger. In that stipulation, the CHE, Chief Hearing Examiner, stated that even if PNM, Avangrid, and Iberdrola accept all the conditions and protections laid out by the hearing examiner, there is no reason to believe their promises, and that the PRC will have to devote extraordinary resources to tracking and verifying their every move. But you don't have those resources. Accepting this marriage would be like a bridegroom overlooking years of philandering by the groom and entering the marriage knowing she will need to hire a private detective to follow her husband's every move. Who would do that, and why would you consider it? I sincerely hope you reject this marriage proposal. Thank you very much for your service.
Thank you. An experienced commenter, you played the clock well. Isaac, who's up next?
Well, since there seems like a number of people have managed to connect this meeting that I'm not aware of, I will just ask, is there anyone who's here to make public comment that I have not called on yet? Going once, twice. All right, I think we are done with public comment then.
Terrific. Thank you, Isaac. Appreciate it.
Let me get the agenda back up 1 second.
Yeah. And I'll just make a quick comment. Thank you, commenters. You all came well prepared and thoughtful, very thoughtful comments. We appreciate that. Okay, next item, election of chair and vice chair for 2022. Commissioners, does anybody have nominations, comments?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Byrd.
Thank you. I would like to nominate Commissioner Maestas for chair.
Okay, terrific.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Hall.
Well, I would like to second that, but I would also like to mention that I'm interested in running for chair. And I would propose that we vote to approve Commissioner Maestas for chair and vote to, but for a period of 6 months. And then I would propose that we vote to approve me for chair for the following 6 months. I know it's a novel idea, but I have a basis for that. And first of all, obviously we both want to run for chair, but I think we both should have an opportunity to serve as chair, since the upcoming year is going to be very difficult. And I think it takes a lot of energy and work to serve as chair. And I think it would be the best way to get the opportunity to use each person's energy and talent to serve the commission. From my experience on being on the commission this year, and I think especially next year, are going to be probably some of the most busy and intense year. It will be the most busy year, I think, that I've ever seen on the commission, with all the work that we have to accomplish and the finishing of our rules and making sure that we have the transition in place as much as we can for the incoming commission. So I'm just throwing that out there because I would also like to be nominated, but I certainly respect my colleague, Commissioner Maestas, and I I think he provides good leadership, and I think I do too. So I would like to see the commission benefit from both of our efforts.
Other commissioner comments?
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Yes, good morning, everyone. I don't think we need any further discussion about electing a chair. We serve on the commission. We know how every leader performs, and we don't need discussion. And I'm ready to vote, Mr. Chair. I will second Commissioner Byrd's motion.
Okay. Thank you. And just in case, I want to be sure that despite your comments, Commissioner, that if Commissioner Maestas has any other comments, that he has a chance, or we can go straight to a vote. So Commissioner Maestas,
Mr. Chair,
you want to make?
Mr. Chair, after hearing Commissioner Hall, I'm certainly agreeable to that. We have one more full calendar year. I've never really clung to titles, but it would be my honor to chair this great commission and agency. But certainly I'm open to a 6-month term, the initial 6 months of the calendar year 2022, if that's the pleasure of my colleagues.
I'll make a comment here too. I think that's a terrific idea. I think the commission's made a lot of progress towards more collaboration and teamwork over the last year. And I think this proposal of splitting the chairmanship coming up to the next year is a great expression of that sense of teamwork and working together, and everybody's viewpoints getting respected. And so I am very much in favor of that. So we really have two proposals on the table. One is Commissioner Maestas as the chair, and the other one is to split the chairmanship into 6-month segments, first going to Commissioner Maestas and the second going to Commissioner Hall. So Mike, help me out procedurally. We have the motion already on the floor for just Commissioner Maestas. Do we need to deal with that one first?
Mr. Chairman, I took the second as being it was essentially a qualified second with a friendly amendment. So I guess the question is, and I believe Commissioner Maestas responded to say that he accepted the friendly amendment.
Yeah. So it sounds like we need a vote then on the amendment and then the final vote. Would that be the correct way to proceed?
Well, I think if he accepts the friendly amendment, then that would be the proposal as amended would be what gets voted on. I don't think you need to vote on the amendment.
Mr. Chair, I do believe that it's up to the maker of the motion and the person that made the second to agree on the friendly amendment. I'm the subject of the vote, but I'm not the maker of the motion or the seconder, so.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, my apologies. I was misperceiving that. It would actually be Commissioner Byrd who would have to accept the amendment.
Yeah, that's how I see it. So Commissioner Byrd, what are your thoughts on that?
Sure.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I have a question also. With respect to the vice chair position, are we electing that separately then? Because I guess what was my thought was, well, maybe I should just leave this for later, but my thought would be that were I to be chair, Commissioner Maestas could be vice chair. But that may not be the order of votes we want to, the order in which we want to take the votes. But
let's handle this vote first, and then and then go to vice chair.
Okay.
I think I know where you're headed there. So
Fine, thank you.
But we got clarity on this one. So
Yes.
while we've got it, let's get our vote, and then we can get to the vice chair.
Fine, thank you.
So we've got an amendment, friendly amendment accepted by Commissioner Byrd. And so Mike, can you please take the roll?
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye, thanks.
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
and I've lost track. Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
The vote is approved by a vote of 5-0.
Okay, so now we have the issue of vice chair. And I believe Commissioner Hall, you were about to make a proposal.
Well, I was about to propose that for a period of time, the 6 months period of time when I would be chair, that Commissioner Maestas would be vice chair. I nominate him for that period of time.
Okay. For any further suggestions, discussion with, I guess I'll ask this question first is, would that entail you guys basically just switching the chair and vice chair roles after 6 months, that you would be vice chair for the first 6 months, Commissioner Hall, and then the second 6 months of the year, Commissioner Maestas would be your vice chair?
Yes, that would be
good. Is that
good.
the proposal?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so discussion on that. Any thoughts, objections?
Mr. Chair.
Okay, so
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner. Okay, I didn't make a motion, so if you'd be making the motion there, and
I'm sorry. Yes, I will make the motion.
Okay.
To
okay.
allow Commissioner Hall and Commissioner Maestas to take turns.
Terrific, and I will second that motion. Is there any further discussion? Okay, Mike, please take the roll.
Commissioner Maestas. I'm not sure we got that.
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, folks. That went pretty smoothly. I appreciate everyone's thoughtfulness and commitment to teamwork on that. And with that, let's get to consent action items.
Mr. Chair. Move to approve
yes.
Move to approve the consent agenda as amended.
Second.
And any further discussion? Okay. Mike?
I'm sorry, the sounded like the audio was cutting out.
Yeah.
I should
I
have brought
think
a
it
glass
is.
of water. I think I should have brought a glass of water for this one. the consent action items on the agenda, the transportation action items are case 21-00213 TRM in the matter of the application of Duke C Rides LLC for a certificate to provide general taxi cab service. It's a potential order regarding application for certificate. Case 21-00246 TRM in the matter of the application of Air Interfacility Transport LLC, DBA AIT Ambulance, a certificate to provide ambulance service. This is a potential order regarding the application for the certificate. Then case 21-00261 TRM in the matter of the application of the Village of Cimarron, DBA Cimarron Community Ambulance, for reissuance of certificate number 20931 to provide ambulance service. This is a potential order regarding application for reissuance. Case 21-00263 TRM in the matter of the application of the City of Portales for an amendment of certificate number 12434. This is a potential order regarding the application for amendment to certificate. Case 21-00264 TRM in the matter of the application of the Town of Dexter for reissuance of certificate number 18599 and temporary authority to provide ambulance service. This is a potential order regarding the application for reissuance. Case 21-00268 TRM in the matter of the application of the Town of Hagerman, DBA Hagerman Fire and Rescue for reissuance of certificate number 24088 to provide ambulance service. This is a potential order regarding the application for reissuance. Case 21-00270 TRM in the matter of the application of Hickoria Emergency Medical Services for reissuance of certificate number 47495, to provide ambulance service. This is a potential order regarding application for reissuance. Moving to utility matters, we have case 18-00368 UT in the matter of the application of Southwestern Electric Cooperative, Inc. for approval of methodology of disposition of over collection of fuel and purchase power cost adjustment amount. This is a potential order. Case 19-00200 UT in the matter of the formal complaint of Gary Echegaray and Leah Berg against Public Service Company of New Mexico. This is a potential order. Case 20-00060 in the matter of the formal complaint of Daniel W. Datal against Xcel Energy. Case 20-00097 UT in the matter of the application of Morris San Miguel Electric Cooperative, Inc., a New Mexico nonprofit electric cooperative, for approval of continued use of its fuel and purchase power adjustment clause. This is a potential order on the application. Case 20-00099 UT in the matter of applications for 2021 broadband program support from the State Rural Universal Service Fund as per Rule 17.11.10.31 NMAC. It's a potential order regarding Continental Divide Electric Co-op's request for initial disbursement for the Zuni Fiber project. Case 21-00235 UT in the matter of the State Rural Universal Service Fund 2022 per connection charge and fund size calculation. This is a potential order setting fund size and per connection surcharge for 2022. Case 21-00278 UT in the matter of the application of Duncan Valley Electric Cooperative, Inc. for continued use of its fuel and purchase power cost adjustment clause and for a variance, if required, from certain provisions of NMPRC Rule 550. This is a potential initial order. And finally, case 21-00281 UT in the matter of the joint application for the location approval of the expanded Corona Wind Project and the revised Corona Gentai system, and for right-of-way width approval pursuant to Public Utility Act NMSA 1978, Section 6293, filed by Ancho Wind LLC, Cowboy Mesa LLC, Guyanas Mountain Wind LLC, Mesa Canyon Kenyans Wind LLC, Pattern SC Holdings LLC, Viento Loco LLC as joint applicants. This is a potential initial order. I'll take the roll. Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
And Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
The consent action items are approved by a vote of 5-0.
Okay. Excuse me for the distractions here. I had to move to closer to my modem so I could connect better. We're on to utility matters. And item 16, docket 20, double lot 171 UT, notice of inquiry to interconnection standards for electric utilities, and in the matter of a rulemaking to repeal and replace Commission Rule 179568 interconnection standards for electric utilities and the associated interconnection manual. So Commissioner Hall and Michael and Arthur, please take it away.
Mr. Chairman, this is Michael Smith speaking. Basically, what is on the agenda is a proposed order which would close the inquiry docket that was opened on January 13th of this year. Docket was opened after the commission determined that there was a need to perform a comprehensive inquiry into the commission's electric utility interconnection policies, which are currently in Rule 179568 NMAC, as well as the associated interconnection manual, which is adopted by that rule and incorporated into it. The concern was that those regulations had not been updated since 2008, and there was a concern that they may be inadvertently constraining utility operations in competitive energy markets by failing to take into account technological developments and implement policy objectives for providing for the interconnection of distributed generation and community solar projects. The proposed order would open a rulemaking docket in docket 21-00266 UT. It would issue a notice of proposed rulemaking with a proposed rule. It also would have a series of questions, and we would be following the format that we did with the community solar rule to address a number of unresolved issues that were not, I guess, in which rather consensus was not reached by the working group in the inquiry docket. We had hoped that those matters relating to the interconnection manual could be resolved prior to issuing the notice of proposed rulemaking in order to facilitate a quicker adoption of a replacement rule. However, there was not consensus reached. And so we have a number of questions that are issued as part of this proposed rulemaking to help reach those a decision on the what should be in the revisions to the interconnection manual, and that would be adopted by as a supplement. Commissioner Hall and Arthur O'Donnell have really taken the lead in the inquiry proceedings. And they are here, I think, to present, and I've listed them ahead of me on this because I think that they can best address and answer questions about what took place in the various discussions that took place with regard to the inquiry that was conducted. And I will pass the podium or whatever to them.
Thanks, Mike. Mr. Chair, I'll just be brief, but I did want to describe to the commission the process that we've been going through for the past 6 months, well, since February, most of this past year, in the inquiry proceeding. And because it was just such a thorough exercise in how to improve the two documents, the rule and the manual. We began with a workshop February 18th to introduce the whole concept and invite interested parties. There were nearly 100 people who attended that meeting, and it was very well received. We just gave a brief description of what we were trying to achieve, and then announced thereafter that we were going to have a second workshop to organize to conduct working the stakeholder process. So that workshop occurred. We had, again, a huge number of people attend. Many people, as a result of that, volunteered to participate in working groups. And the purpose of that second workshop was to, as I say, organize, identify the 4 main working groups, and the process, describe the process, and invite members of the stakeholder community to participate. And again, we got a very strong response. And basically from there, Art essentially took over, created the schedule for people. The working groups met bi-weekly, but then in alternate weeks, they were able to meet with Art and talk over issues individually if they needed to with him, or in small groups. And this went on for over six months. They met 14 times, I believe, and came up with reports from each working group, and that was all synthesized into the final report that was filed by Art in our docket. I'm not sure the date here. I guess he filed that on October 15th. 75-page report with appendices describing basically all the results of the working groups and whether or not they had been able to achieve a consensus or non-consensus on their items. And using that report, then our team, basically working with a pretty meaty outline that Art provided for a draft rule, our team worked on finalizing the final version of the draft rule that we have in front of the commission today. And I just want to say, and I should mention, by the time the whole process was done, we were down to maybe about 30, 35 real core workers. But the dedication that was demonstrated by members of the public freely giving their time to help us get to the point where we could create a strong draft rule was really humbling, really impressive. And I'm just really grateful for all the help that members of the public were willing to devote to this. And also, I do want to say, without Art O'Donnell, I don't think we could have gotten it done nearly as effectively with as much meaningful input as we got, and nearly as efficiently. So I'd like to turn it over to Art to describe whatever else he thinks would be useful, and if I've said too much, Art, and that's all you intended to say, that's fine too. And if anybody has any questions, that's fine. But I just wanted to make those points that we had an incredible coming together of stakeholders, and fortunately we had the experience in our DOE fellow. I was going to say on our staff, but I guess it's not formally on our staff, but he's a fellow that we're privileged to have. So we could get through this enormous amount of work. It was highly technical. And I think even though there was a non-consensus on some items, we still have an opportunity to work on those, but we have the essentials of what we need for a rulemaking to begin now. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll ask Art if he has more to add. Do you have anything that you'd like to say, Art? I'd appreciate hearing it if you do.
Thank you, Commissioner Hall and Commissioner and the rest of the panel. Thank you very much. I do need to share credit for the facilitation of the stakeholder process with Eric Martineau from GridWorks. GridWorks is a nonprofit entity that was able to secure funding from one of its foundation sources to provide support to this effort. And honestly, it gave us the confidence to be able to go ahead because Eric had worked in California and other states on these very same issues. And also Margie Tatro, who was contracted by the commission to provide support services. And she's a tremendous organizational help and really kind of like kept us all on track. So it wasn't just me. And as Commissioner Hall pointed out, we had over 140 participants in the stakeholder process at one point or another, so much so that we had to split the teams into those who just wanted to follow it and those who were really actively engaged. And we had easily 40 people come every other week and in between weeks to come and offer their ideas, proposals, and to work out solutions. It is important to note that because the last time the interconnection rule and manual were updated, 2008 and 2009, so much has changed in the industry. There's a lot more demand for distributed energy resources to interconnect to the grid. There's even greater demand now with the passage of the Community Solar Act. And so we kept this in mind. We looked to various models, other states, and came down to following the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission Small Generation Interconnection Protocol, which the original rule was based on but had been updated several times, or the Interstate Renewable Energy Council's model procedure for interconnection, and we found a lot of value in that. What you see in the rule is actually a hybrid of those two entities. We added new things that were recommended in the IREC model, including the adoption of IEEE 1547-2018, which allows for advanced inverter capabilities that will help supply the system with more reliable power from this distribution resource and help solve some of the technical problems that had always been a barrier to rooftop PV and to other distributed energy sources. So the rule proposes that that all new devices attached to the utilities distribution system as of December 31st, 2022 need to meet the IEEE 1547-2018 standard and allow for advanced functionalities, which provide for voltage ride-through, frequency ride-through, things that will not disrupt the utility service. We also were able to get agreement on a pre-application process so that interconnection applicants don't have to pay the money and go through an entire technical process to find out whether they can get interconnected or whether their interconnection is going to cause the need for upgrades. And that was a new wrinkle. Also, we added a dispute resolution section to the rule, which everybody agreed on. There are areas that we couldn't get full agreement on, including the timelines for the processing of applications. Basically boiled down to the industry groups wanted faster processing, the utility groups wanted more time. We kind of split the difference in what we're proposing. Reporting requirements, what the utilities need to tell the commission, and also the initial screening reviews, some of the technical aspects of that. But they're embodied into the rule, and we're asking for comments on exactly how to go forward. There were options discussed but not subject to consensus, including analysis of the hosting capacity of circuits. And while there is an element in the proposed rule that adopts one of the proposals for how to go about doing this, we really need more discussion of that. And we had scheduled that to go into a phase 2 of this proceeding for further development. And also cost allocation options. You've heard me talk about this a couple of times because the Grid Modernization Act allows for potential rate basing or special treatment of projects that are considered in the public benefit that help modernize the grid. And I don't think anybody can disagree that upgrading interconnection and the need for upgraded facilities is part and parcel of grid modernization. So that's involved in as well. The proposed rule that you have before you reflects both the consensus updates and also essentially make some choices among the non-consensus. What we hope the outcome of this process will be is to give firm direction to the utilities to update the manual in conformance with the rule, and also policy guidance on how to proceed in phase 2 issues, right? There's a big interrelationship between the Community Solar Act implementation and grid modernization, both of which are subject to separate rulemakings here. We want to break down the silos and make sure that everything is done in alignment. We have to do this now. Timing is critical. The market is driving these changes. We just received data, responses to a data request from the 3 investor-owned utilities that are most subject to these changes about the number of interconnection requests that they're receiving. And simply put, it's more than ever. Right? We're on track for essentially a 25% increase in total applications for projects, both large and small, compared to last year, which was a 25% increase compared to the year before. We are especially seeing large increases in 2 categories. The smaller rooftop solar projects, 0 to 25 kilowatts in capacity, in which we're really looking at almost 10,000 applications during the course of this year, which is far more than the utilities have ever processed before, over 6,000 of those in PNM territory alone. But also, because of the Community Solar Act, the utilities have gotten about, and it's hard to figure out because there's some overlap in these projects, but literally over 700 projects, individual projects, coming to the utility to look into interconnection. Many of them are going through a pre-application process, right, in order to identify whether they can interconnect or whether upgrades are needed. But as many as 74 projects in PNM territory went directly to the interconnection process, even though we tried to discourage that. So what we're looking at is about 3,600 megawatts of these projects, which are all about 5 megawatts in capacity, that hope to be part of the Community Solar Act. And I got to tell you that that's 18 times the allowed capacity for that program. So some difficult choices are in front of us. But having the interconnection rule in place will be really important to help streamline and smooth the process. And I look forward to answering any questions that you might have. We have a lot of work ahead of us in phase 2 as well, and as aligning with the other 2 rulemakings. But I think that we have a really good start, and this is why I came to help the commission. As you know, exactly a year ago, I joined through the fellowship, and this was a top priority identified by the commission. And I'm really gratified to see that we're at that point of introducing the NOPR. So I stand for questions.
Commissioners.
Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
yeah, Commissioner Mastis.
Yeah, I just wanted to commend the team for working on this. This is probably past due, and I think it's really good that this is going to be slightly ahead of the community solar rulemaking. So I think the timing is very good. And also, if you all remember the sequencing diagram that all the work groups that worked on grid modernization put forward, and certainly, updating the interconnection rule and manual was in that sequencing hall, that sequencing table, I guess, if you want to call it. And so I'm pleased to see that the PRC is doing its part to advance grid modernization here in the state of New Mexico through this work. So this is really a great development, and we're slowly but steadily addressing that backlog of our rulemakings, given the limited resources that we have. So this is great. So kudos to the team for working on this.
Terrific. Do I have a motion?
Mr. Chair, though, there are some dates that need to be filled in the proposed order.
Yes, thank you.
And I'm wondering if anyone has any suggestions on the adequate timing. I think those milestones involve public comment, response to public comments, and then the closure of the record.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, my apologies. I was actually just conversing with Isaac about that. I had sent those dates out yesterday, and it appears that they did not get transmitted to you. The dates, and I'm looking at my document, which has them filled in, which is the Exhibit C, which is the notice that gets issued. And the dates that I had put in there were, I looked at the other two rules that we issued in terms of the time frames that we used in those cases. And so I had the initial comments would be due. Well, first off, I should say that the publication date we're looking at would be December 28th. And so under the Rule Act, we have to have a minimum of 30 days. So the initial public comments were going to be coming in would be due on February 4th, 2022. The responses to the initial comments would be February 28th, 2022.
Is that the reply comments, Mike?
That's the response comments. And then we have the public hearing would be on Thursday, March 10th, 2022.
Mike, excuse me. I'm looking at the notice of proposed rulemaking with the yellow dates not filled in. There's one for submitting written initial comments no later than, you say, February 4th. Oh, I see the response. Okay, I see. I'm sorry. What was the response date again?
February 28th.
Okay.
And then I'm jumping down to the public hearing, which is in the next two paragraphs, I guess I would call it down.
Well, what about the reply comments? That's blank. And then the closure date.
I'm jumping down because I'm trying to do it in chronological.
Oh, fine. Okay.
So jumping down to the public hearing, that would be on Thursday, March 10th, 2022 at 10 a.m. in the morning. And then jumping back up to the comments, the reply comments, which would be, that basically provides the opportunity to reply to the written comments, which are the first two, and to the oral comments that are given at the public hearing. Reply comments would come in on March 22nd, 2022. And then we would close the record a week later on March 29th, 2022.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Michael. Well, there's a few more blank dates. You want to fill them in just because, well, there's one more. At the top of the second page, something about contacting Isaac no later than.
That's correct. I'm sorry. That's just the date, the last date to contact Isaac to sign up to give public comment at the hearing. So it's at 4:30 p.m. the day before the March 10th hearing. So it'd be at 4:30 on March 9th, 2022.
Thank you.
So a question for Arthur, well, or Commissioner Hall. How does this relate to, and Commissioner Maestas, you may want to comment on this too. Is this record closure date timely in terms of our April deadline for the community solar rule?
Mr. Chair, if I understand your question, I'm not sure I understand your question. It is it's just a closure date for this rulemaking, but the important feature is that we will be moving forward with an interconnection final rule shortly following, the hearing. Once the hearing concludes, then we'll do whatever internal work we do to produce the final rule. And if you're asking Commissioner Maestas whether that impairs or assists the community solar rulemaking, I don't think it impairs it or assists it. It's just what it is. It's driven by the schedule that Mike just gave us is driven by requirements in the statute. And
Yeah, no, I understand that.
yeah,
I just want to be sure we understand any forward-looking issues. And Commissioner Maestas, you've been closest to the community solar rulemaking of all the commissioners, and obviously Art, you too. Any issues that you foresee based on this timing in terms of that rule?
No, I think that, Commissioner Hall is correct. I think that the overall just coincidental timing of the effort and then with the formal procedural schedule kicking in has this effort pretty much end simultaneously with the community solar rulemaking. So end of March is when we anticipate having a final community solar rule in place. But I see no conflicts. I see no issues that would interfere with community solar.
Okay, terrific.
Mr. Chair, I would say if we didn't have this done, if we weren't as far along as we are in the interconnection rule, I would be very concerned about our ability to implement the community solar rulemaking as quickly as we would like to, and I know the legislature would like us to. So it's a good thing that we are moving as quickly as we are, and I thank our team for that.
If I might add, just one nuance is that we anticipate that after the Community Solar Act rules are adopted by April 1st, there'll be a process and some time to actually solicit and select projects. And then after those projects are chosen and prioritized, then they would go through the interconnection process. That's at least the proposal that's on the table currently in the draft rule for community solar. And we would hope to have the manual updated by that time. My thinking on this is evolving a little bit in that now seeing the numbers from the utilities, so many of the prospective community solar projects are looking for attachment to the system in front of the meter, that is somewhere on the distribution system, but not behind a meter of a residence or a commercial entity. And the utilities are using the existing FERC SGIP process for that. If the Community Solar Act applicants want to do that, it's up to them. They would be operating pretty much under the old rules. That's a risk that they take. I think there's some advantages to going under the new rulemaking, but that is their choice. So we'll have to see how it plays out. The only concern I have is that we're seeing so many applications that the utilities processing of them is bogging down. And the commission really needs to work with the utilities to streamline that process as much as possible and prioritize the smaller projects, the rooftop solar, so that they don't get shut out of this process. And I'm committed to working with all the utilities and the commission to help make sure that everybody gets a fair shot at interconnection.
So Arthur, following up on that point, do we need to, is there a need to sharpen the timeline requirements for utilities to respond to interconnection requests? Or do you feel like the rule currently, the draft rule currently covers that adequately?
The draft rule has specific timelines by which things have to happen in the process. And I'll tell you that the tension was that the utilities, of course, wanted more time and the industry wanted less time to move things along. What we want to prevent are things falling into limbo. So we've made the proposal basically adopting the utilities' proposed timelines, although a couple of the utilities wanted more time. but we took the basic utility process. I think it's workable.
Are there any potential, and is this being considered, sanctions for not meeting the timelines, penalties, and what discussions occurred around that?
There was a proposal for some kind of penalty that was not adopted in our report. What we did instead was adopt this dispute resolution process for a quick, expedited way of resolving issues, and we hope that that would be sufficient. The way that the current rule is written is that the commission would have to appoint a mediator. We don't have that, right? This puts the actual kind of like resolution process on the shoulders of the two parties to resolve. And if somebody's not happy, then they could come back to the commission. But we're really hoping that it doesn't need to lead to that. We've never used the dispute resolution process in the past, but it's there as a tool.
Okay. Just to say that's one area I'll be looking at closely. Certainly the commission has obligations when utilities make filings and we open dockets. We need to resolve them on behalf for the utility within a certain time frame. That's by statute. And I think that utilities, in terms of working with customers, it's fair to have firm timelines for them to perform, just as the commission has firm timelines to perform its duties. So just to give you a heads up on where my head's at on that issue.
I agree. And part of this is that if there is a hang up, if there's something, the utility has an obligation to notify the customer. Right? You would think that that would be standard practice, but it hasn't been in the past. So we're trying to keep everything on track because we know how important it is for the financing of projects, for people's plans for putting rooftop solar on in order to maintain a real steady pace once an application is submitted.
And I'll just say I've received a number of complaints from various parties about delays in handling interconnection, and that's with a smaller volume than we're facing going forward. So I think the issue only becomes more critical as we look ahead.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Hall.
Yeah, I just want to echo your comments on your reaction to this issue, especially having heard and seen, I was looking at the information last night, the increase in the number of applications and my concern anyhow for the ability for people to be able to have a reasonable period of time within which to interconnect if it's possible on their feeder lines, just given the fact that I had received so many complaints nearly a year ago on this topic. And so I think, we should see what comments come in, but I understand we have to start somewhere in our draft rule, but I expect that it can and will be modified, to some extent, probably maybe a large extent, I don't know, but I definitely think this is something that we should watch as an issue and be prepared to react to because, besides wanting to serve customer needs, looking at all these systems being attached to roofs, certainly in my district and in yours and Commissioner Maestas isn't everywhere, even in the other two districts as well. That's economic development at a very local level, but it is economic development. And that's one of the priorities that was established, I know, in the Renewable Energy Act. It was the first one listed that was touting the benefits of renewable energy. And so I would hate to see things stalled or slowed down more than they need to be. So I agree with you. That's an issue we'll want to.
And it has, at least in my opinion, impacts on a couple of things. First of all, there's an obligation to serve.
Correct.
If someone's sitting around for 6 months and you can't connect them, you're not fulfilling your obligation to serve.
How about a
That's one way
year?
you can interpret it.
Yeah.
And the second is it's extremely costly to these people who are trying to interconnect, particularly, well, for anybody, whether it's a residence or a business. It costs them a lot of money. And I know it's not directly reflected in rates, but when you don't have enough resources to handle the interconnections and people are waiting in a queue, it may not show up directly in rates, but you're actually costing your customers more in the long run than if you had the resources available and gotten these folks interconnected. And that works on you go through the accounting, it works on a bazillion different levels. But I think we need to get out of this mindset that maybe that somehow it might cost customers money to have the appropriate resources in place. I think if you go through the whole equation, you'd find exactly the opposite. You'd end up saving customers money. And that's something that we need to look at and think about carefully.
Agreed. Thank you very much.
So with that, do I have a motion or any further discussion?
Mr. Chair, I'll move the order.
Okay.
Second.
Was that Commissioner Maestas?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so we've got a second from Commissioner Maestas. And Mike, would you please take the roll?
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
Orders approved 5-0.
Okay, we're on to item 18 here, docket number 21-255 UT, in the matter of the verified motion of El Paso Electric Company for Rule 17-6450 order. And Russell, please lead us through it.
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, great. This will be fairly quick. This 17-6450, the Commission's rule concerns affiliate transactions. These are transactions that have to do with usually transfers of money between a utility and its affiliate, whether that's a Class 1 or Class 2 transaction under the statute. This one would involve EP is asking the Commission to approve for an indefinite period into the future transfers of approximately $1.2 million per year. That would be the total amount. It might not be all at once. To its foundation, its charitable foundation that is established to collect both contributions from the company and contributions from the company's employees for distribution to charitable organizations serving within the service territory of EPE, both in Texas and New Mexico. An order is required from the Commission under our rule and also under the statute because this is transferring money from the regulated utility to its affiliate. It's non-regulated affiliate, but these transactions were expressly contemplated in the recent acquisition case, the case in which the Commission approved EPE's acquisition by Sun Jupiter Holdings LLC, which is this had to do, of course, with the private equity fund managed by JP Morgan. There were many conditions, as the Commission will recall, to approval of that transaction. And one of the conditions was that EPE would continue the charitable giving that it has done in the past. And in the stipulation, there was a universal stipulation, uncontested stipulation in that acquisition case that was approved by the commission as its final order. It was recognized that the average amount of annual charitable giving of the company was about $1.2 million per year. So these proposed transactions are entirely in line with the historical charitable giving of the company, as well as the requirements of the stipulation and the final order of the commission. In the acquisition case, that was docket number 19-234 UT. And there was only one response filed to EPE's motion in this matter. It was by the city of Las Cruces, and it was filed in the form of an initial response. The city stated that it did not oppose. It does not oppose the granting the motion if certain other conditions are included. Primarily, the condition that the city says that it has met with EPE, has conferred with the EPE concerning the interveners in the acquisition matter, who are of course regular interveners in many El Paso electric cases, having access to the books and records of the charitable foundation. And apparently they were able to, the city states that it was able to secure such an agreement from the company. But the proposed order that I have drafted for the commission would simply approve the motion, would simply grant the motion without adding any conditions. The stipulation itself already includes the requirement that the books and records be open to our staff, the commission staff, and I believe the New Mexico Attorney General as well. Certainly our staff, if I remember that correctly. And that's one reason why the motion is not opposed by staff or by the New Mexico Attorney General. With regard to the interveners, according to the city, there was discussion of allowing discovery in future cases by the interveners concerning that the books and records of the charitable foundation. The reason that my proposed order does not include any such conditions is because as I said, these transactions are entirely as contemplated contemplated and anticipated by the stipulation in 19-234 UT, which had conditions and requirements, and there, in my opinion, it wouldn't be proper to add additional conditions at this point when there was a bargain for outcome that included and anticipated these particular transactions in that matter, and the commission approved it. So I would recommend that the commission simply grant the motion without any additional conditions over and above what were already agreed to and approved in the acquisition matter. With that, I'll take any questions.
Commissioners.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Hall.
if there aren't any other, if there isn't any other discussion, I would move to approve this order. I think it's pretty straightforward.
So Russell, I just want to make it completely clear is that staff obviously has access to transactions where monies are transferred to the charitable arm of El Paso Electric. But then they also have access to the books of on how those monies were spent by the charitable group.
The way it's been described by the city, I haven't re-reviewed the stipulation, the terms of stipulation on this point, but is that the commission and its staff, I don't believe, I should not have included the New Mexico Attorney General in that. This commission and its staff have, for matters under investigation pursuant to the Public Utility Act, access to the books and records of the foundation, period. So it wouldn't just be with regard to transfers.
Okay, that's perfect. That's all I needed to know. Thank you. With that, I'll second the motion from Commissioner Hall. Any further discussion from commissioners? Mike, please take the roll.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
The order is approved by a vote of 5-0.
Okay, folks, we're at 11:40. I've been at it for a couple hours. I'd suggest that we take a lunch break because I believe that there's a lot for Ashley to go through on our next agenda item. So I'd propose that we come back at, say 20 after noon, 12:20. Any objection? Okay, we'll reconvene at 12:20.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now you have.
Hi guys, welcome again to my channel. Don't forget to subscribe my channel for more update and more info of my tutorial.
Hi guys, let's start. This is a short tutorial para sa mga hindi pa nakakalam kung paano i-disable ang ating live chat sa ating Premiere. Kaya kung hindi ka pa nakapag-subscribe sa aking YouTube channel, yan, click po natin your channel. After your channel, yan, logo, ayan, sa ating picture, sa ating YouTube channel. Yan, click po natin your channel. After your channel, yan, punta po tayo dito sa YouTube Studio. Ayan, loading. Yan na. After sa YouTube Studio, ayan na, pupunta po tayo.
Hey, Ashley, ready for a grilling?
Yeah, I'm glad you gave me that much time to get ready.
I wasn't thinking of you at all. It was all about my belly.
Well, I hope you had a nice lunch. I think I'm going to need to share my screen here.
Yeah, so Isaac can help you with that, I'm sure.
Your co-host, Ashley.
Now, Commissioner. And I will make you a co-host, Ashley.
Okay.
Sarah, welcome back.
Thank you.
That worked. So do you see my screen here?
I think, well, it's got recommendations on it.
Yep, that's it.
Okay.
Thank you.
The commenters this morning, I was amazed how many had just really done their homework.
Yeah, it's good.
I guess that's important to everyone. Okay. Commissioners, please let us know if you're here.
I'm here, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Commissioner Maestas, Commissioner Byrd, you with us?
Still a present.
Okay, Commissioner Hall?
Yes, present.
Okay, and Commissioner Vicente Aguilar?
Here,
Okay, terrific. Let's get going on, I don't have the agenda in front of me here, but let's get going on the PNM Avangrid merger proposal. And Ashley?
Mr. Chair.
Sure, go
Mr.
ahead,
Chair,
Joe.
before Ashley begins, I'd like to maybe call on Mike Smith just to set the stage for what we can all expect in terms of the proceedings regarding the merger going forward. We don't necessarily have a deadline to act. Obviously, this is a source of a lot of focus and attention on the part of the people of New Mexico. But I know that we may have some other cases that have deadlines associated with them. And so I'd like Mike Smith to maybe lay out what we can expect in terms of, okay, today we discussed the RD, what do we do in the coming weeks? So Mike, I didn't mean to put you on the spot, but can you please maybe address any potential conflicts with other deadlines of other cases? And if there are no schedule conflicts, what can the public expect with regard to commission action on the merger?
Go ahead, Mike.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I think that's principally going to be an issue that the commission can determine. As Commissioner Maestas just stated, there is, and Ashley can correct me to the extent I'm wrong on this, but there's no statutory deadline on this merger case, the Avangrid case, 2020-00222. By contrast, we do have other cases. I know off the top of my head on my own docket list, case 21-00017, the Four Corners case does have a statutory deadline of December 15th. So in terms of just with regards to those two cases, one has a statutory deadline, one does not. We obviously have two open meetings currently scheduled for the remainder of the year, being the 8th and the 15th. Hearing examiner Medeiros is going to be presenting the Four Corners case next week. And I guess, you know, to the extent that I have feedback from the commissioners as to whether they want to make a decision on that case next week or the following week on the 15th, because there are issues, obviously complex issues in both this case and that case. That would, you know, impact the way that I would have this on the agenda for the commissioners. Obviously, there are extensive exceptions that have been filed in both cases that would need to be addressed in the final order. But right now, this is on for discussion only for the presentation. The commission has, you know, two more meetings to discuss and make a decision, or it can determine that it wants to take it under advisement longer and carry it through to the following, you know, into January. And that's really kind of an issue for the commissioners as far as, you know, where they believe that they are and how much more time they may want to study the record.
So, Mr. Chair, just as a follow-up, Mike, so when do you think that we will have a draft order to consider regarding the merger? Is this something we can continue doing in parallel with adjudicating the Four Corners power plant case?
Well, with regard to that, I mean, partially, this is an issue. I have not had any feedback. You know, I don't know where the commission wants to go with this, and therefore, really, this is, in my view, a very much a policy-driven decision based on the record that the hearing examiner has developed in this case, and his recommendation. And obviously, whatever orders, you know, whatever decision the commission comes to will need to be reflected in an order. And obviously, it would be a vastly different order depending on which way the commission wants to go.
All right, that's all I had, Mr. Chair. I just want to make sure that, you know, we're very clear about what folks can expect in terms of the next steps following this discussion and presentation of the recommended decision on the merger. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. And Ashley, let's turn it over to you. You're the star for the day.
All right. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I've tried to think about how to best present this. It's a very long certification. And I'd like to, what I've finally decided is that it's probably best to just go through the recommendations section of the certification, because that section summarizes the major issues and presents my recommendations on them. And it also points to specific sections of the certification where the issues are discussed in more detail. So that's what I like to do today. As I do that, please feel free to ask questions, you know, as I go along. And I don't know how you're all.
Chairman? Yeah, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Yes, Ashley, you make some last minute adjustments to your, I think I can't hear you clearly. You may turn up the volume from your side, because my iPhone is turned up as high as possible. Thank you.
Okay, well, I've just turned up my I guess my microphone as high as possible. Is that any better?
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay. All right. Well, let's get started. This is page 35 of the certification. It's the section titled Recommendations and begins with a summary. So anyway, at the center of this case is the joint applicant's request for approval of the proposed merger and acquisition of PNMR and its subsidiary PNM by the Iberdrola Avangrid group of companies. The merger and acquisition represent the proposed transaction. The joint applicants have attempted to gain the Commission's approval of the proposed transaction by negotiating a stipulation or settlement agreement in which the signatories agreed to support the proposed transaction based upon the conditions included in the stipulation. After negotiating early versions of a stipulation, some but not all of the parties filed on June 4 a stipulation titled Second Amended Stipulation. In view of the many changes that have been proposed to the second amended stipulation after its June 4 filing, I referred to the second amended stipulation as the June 4 stipulation. The June 4 stipulation contains the conditions under which the signatories on June 4 agreed to support the proposed transaction. In summary, I make three recommendations. Number one, the number of amendments the signatories have proposed after executing the June 4 stipulation and the conflicts among the proposed amendments indicate that there is no longer an agreement that can be approved. Number two, the potential harms of the proposed transaction outweigh the benefits. The changes negotiated by the joint applicants to satisfy the narrow interests of individual parties have not produced a result that is in the public interest. Number three, in the event that the Commission disagrees with the second recommendation and weighs the potential harms and benefits differently, I discuss in the certification modifications proposed during the hearings to improve the June 4 stipulation and I recommend that any approval should include at least those changes. And now I get to the first point about the June 4 stipulation not being able to be approved. A procedural schedule was set to consider the June 4 stipulation with parties in support of the stipulation filing prepared testimony on June 18, parties in opposition filing prepared testimony on July 16, and parties filing rebuttal testimony on July 29. A public comment hearing was scheduled for August 9. Evidentiary hearings were scheduled for August 11 through August 20. During the course of the schedule, however, the joint applicants continued to negotiate with the parties that had not signed on to the June 4 stipulation. Numerous modifications were discussed and presented by the non-signatories in their July 16 testimony as conditions for them to support or not oppose the proposed transaction. Some of the modifications were agreed to by the joint applicants in their July 29 rebuttal testimony, and the joint applicants agreed to additional modifications during cross-examination at the evidentiary hearings. The ultimate result has been a departure from the June 4 stipulation. The joint applicants currently propose or are willing to accept more than 40 modifications to the June 4 stipulation, but there is no agreement on the modifications. Some of the signatories still support the June 4 stipulation as currently written. Some of the signatories support some of the changes proposed by the joint applicants. Some of the signatories oppose some of the changes. The non-signatories also are in partial or total disagreement. As a result, the original signatories to the June 4 stipulation no longer support the terms of that stipulation, and there is no widespread agreement on a modified set of conditions under which all or most of the parties propose approval of the proposed transaction. Section Roman numeral 6A of this certification discusses this first issue in more depth and recommends that the June 4 stipulation, which was set as the focus of the hearing process, not be approved. The next section deals with the weighing of the harms versus the benefits, or vice versa, the benefits versus the harms. And the first section is the factors to be considered. As noted in section 4 above, the preceding section to this recommended section on recommendations, the Commission applies 6 factors in its evaluation of whether utility mergers and acquisitions satisfy the public interest under section 62, 612, and 13 of the Public Utility Act. The first is whether the transaction provides benefits to utility customers. Number 2, whether the Commission's jurisdiction will be preserved. Number 3, whether the quality of service will be diminished. Number 4, whether the transaction will result in the improper subsidization of non-utility activities. Number 5, careful verification of the qualifications and financial health of the new owner. And number 6, adequacy of protections against harm to customers. The Commission weighs the benefits of a proposed transaction in its evaluation under factor number 1 against the potential harms and the adequacy of protections against the harms in its evaluations under factors 2 through 6. This certification finds that the benefits that the proposed transaction provides to PNM's utility customers are outweighed by the potential harms of the proposed transaction to PNM's customers. Now I discuss the benefits. Section Roman numeral 6b discusses the first factor, whether the transaction provides benefits to utility customers. The proposed transaction is designed to provide the Iberdrola Avangrid group of companies a strategic beachhead to develop non-utility activities in the Southwest. That is the reason they are proposing to pay PNMR shareholders $2.3 billion more than the book value of PNMR's assets, including $1.5 billion more than the book value of PNM's assets. The proposed transaction will provide PNMR shareholders $391 million more than the market value of the shares of PNMR stock. 3 PNMR officers departing after the merger will receive approximately $29 million in golden parachute compensation.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Commissioner
Just a
Bryant.
quick question for Ashley. Ashley, it seems that we're using 2 terms interchangeably, and I'd like you to clarify the relationship to them. One is the June 4th stipulation. That seems to be the subject of this agreement, but you're also mentioning the proposed transaction. So is the proposed transaction the same as the June 4th stipulation?
No, the proposed transaction is simply essentially the acquisition of PNMR and PNM by the Avangrid Iberdrola companies. That's the proposed transaction. To make the proposed transaction acceptable to the Commission and to satisfy the Commission standards for the review of the merger and acquisition, the parties are proposing additional terms, additional benefits, additional protections to make that proposed transaction satisfy the standards for approval. So you have the proposed transaction on the one hand, which is the acquisition and the merger. Then you have a separate set of terms and conditions that have been initially proposed by the joint applicants and then added to in the stipulation that are designed to make the proposed transaction acceptable and satisfactory under the standards for review.
Thank you for that clarification. Ashley, one last question just on terminology. Mm-hmm. So is the proposed transaction the same as the joint applicant's application for the merger?
Well, the application itself had some conditions that the joint applicants were proposing initially. to satisfy the commission standards. It had contained some proposed terms and conditions that were in addition to what is accomplished by the proposed transaction. And what they intended to do initially was to take the proposed transaction and then add conditions that they believed were close to conditions that were proposed and approved in other merger cases. That was their initial attempt. And then as time went on, additional terms and conditions were negotiated to make the proposed transaction more acceptable.
Great, thank you. I just thought it was important to clarify, what those terms mean. Thank you, Ashley.
No, I agree with you. That is very important. It can be confusing, and it's important to distinguish between the two. So I agree with you there. Thank you for bringing that up. Okay, and this is where I get to some of that too. The proposed transaction itself was not designed to benefit P&M customers. Mr. Azagra Blazquez of Iberdrola states that there are no synergies, cost savings or otherwise, that are intended with the proposed transaction. The primary benefit to customers of the proposed transaction is supposed to be P&M's link to a large, financially stable Iberdrola Avangrid group of companies that can provide access to financing on more reliable and less costly terms excuse me, than are available through PNMR. Although the evidence in this case discussed in 3D below casts some doubt on this purported benefit. To satisfy the legal standard that the proposed transaction will result in a more significant benefit to utility customers, the joint applicants included in their November 23, 2020 application an independent set of rate and economic development benefits. The benefits do not result from the proposed transaction itself, the merger and acquisition. The benefits were designed and proposed to be comparable to the level of benefits deemed sufficient to gain commission approval in other merger cases. In the months that have followed since the November 23rd application, the joint applicants have been negotiating additional benefits and terms incrementally with party after party to either gain each party's support or at least eliminate the party's opposition to the proposed transaction. Accordingly, much of the proceeding has focused on the incremental benefits achieved as successive parties have signed on to the most recent version of a stipulation or agreed not to oppose it.
So Ashley?
Yes.
I want to go back real quickly to the financial resources argument that's been cast in doubt. Can you go through a little more detail about what the pros for that argument are and what the cons are?
Well, the pros essentially are that Iberdrola and Avangrid are very large companies with a lot of assets and income and profits, and that they are much larger than PNMR is. PNMR is currently the holding company for PNM. And so the argument is that because of that large size, and at least at the time of the application, the better credit rating than was owned by PNMR and PNM, that would lower the costs of financing for PNM, reducing its cost of service, and would make financing more accessible in difficult times. That they would have, that PNM would have greater access to financing through Iberdrola and Avangrid than it would solely through itself and PNMR. The other side to that story, I guess, is that Avangrid received a credit downgrade in the middle of this case in July, at the end of July. And the reason for that, Avangrid actually and its two New York utilities received credit downgrades. The reason for the Avangrid downgrade was their ventures into non-utility activities, non-public utility activities. Avangrid Inc. owns a subsidiary named Avangrid Renewables, and Avangrid Renewables is developing an offshore wind project off the coast of New England, I guess it is, and which the Moody's credit agency determined was kind of risky. Avangrid Inc. through Central Maine Power is also developing a large transmission line that runs from Quebec down to, I guess, into Maine and ultimately into Massachusetts. That is also a risky project. And so the Moody's referred to those projects and other, I guess, other projects that are developed by Avangrid Renewables as risky projects and more riskier than public utility activities. And so those are the two sides to that story.
Isn't there I'm going to call it a Chinese wall. Ring fencing, what I'm looking for. In terms of financing, does the proposed transaction have ring fencing that basically requires PNM to acquire its own financing, or is that not part of the proposal?
Well, the ring fencing that exists is intended to insulate PNM from risks associated with the activities of Avangrid Inc. and Avangrid Renewables. But the way it does that is it just essentially prevents those non-utility activities from using the assets of PNM as collateral for those ventures. To the extent that that PNM relies on Avangrid Inc. and Iberdrola for financing, those ring fencing provisions don't really help. To the extent that Avangrid and Iberdrola either can't provide the financing or decide not to provide the financing for whatever reason, that's not something that is addressed at all in the stipulation.
Okay, so this could be a case where PNM might, as a separate entity, still go out in the financial markets to get financing, as well as getting financing from the parent, Avangrid. They could do both?
That's correct, yes. PNM currently issues debt, and that's not going to change.
Okay.
It's going to have the ability to do that. In terms of equity financing, that's going to come from above, and it's possible that there could be some access to debt financing from above, but no, PNM will still have its own access to financing.
And its own credit rating?
Yes.
Yes. And it seemed to me one of the issues that came up, and I did read through your entire RD. One of the issues that came up was that in Maine, when they ran into this problem with the customer billing system. There was testimony that Avangrid had put pressure on the utility to not invest sufficiently in resources to be sure that the new customer billing system was effectively implemented. Would it be correct of me to interpret that as a case where instead of providing more resources, the parent provided fewer resources?
Well, I mean, I think those are different, but I think that what they both show is the influence that Avangrid and Iberdrola can exert and have exerted on the activities of the public utility.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, all right.
Mr. Chair, could I please follow up on a couple of your questions?
Sure.
Actually, I read almost all of your document, and I skipped around a little bit. But what I thought I read in your certification was, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought that there was a place where you were discussing the credit rating of PNM and Iberdrola, and you were quoting some of the witnesses. I think Andrea Crane was one of them, about the fact that Iberdrola had been downgraded, and the credit ratings of the two companies were really not that far apart. Was that in your recommended decision somewhere? I mean, your certification?
Yes, yes, it is. Yes.
So, could you just reiterate to me what your outcome was there? I mean, I think it had to do with, maybe it had to do with you making some sort of recommendation if we were to approve it. But nevertheless, I thought it was noteworthy how close they were. And I just wondered if you could comment on that. And then I have another question too, but let's do that one first.
Yeah, well, the testimony that the joint applicants submitted on that issue was that that the Avangrid credit rating was higher than the credit rating of PNMR and PNM, and that the merger and acquisition would likely result in the upgrade of the credit ratings of PNMR and PNM. Instead, what happened was that in July this year, the credit rating of Avangrid was downgraded to the same level as PNMR and PNM.
Oh, same level now. Okay, great. Okay, I couldn't remember that very clearly, but it does seem that PNM, since it does not have a separate subsidiary that does the more risky renewable energy production work, is in a better position to hold on to a stable credit rating than is Avangrid, since Avangrid has those two different shops operating, under the umbrella of Iberdrola. Under its own umbrella, actually. So, so my other question was in connection with what Commissioner Fishman was asking. Let me see if I remember what you were asking. You were talking, the service issue problem that Central Maine Power had. What I remember from, I think, again, what I saw in your certification was a description of the events that unfolded wherein the utility company was supposed to, Central Maine Power was supposed to roll out this new method of customer service responses and so forth, but they weren't staffed up enough, and they were getting communications from Avangrid's subsidiary or division that was supposed to be providing services. I think it was Avangrid Services was the name of it. And they were saying to Central Maine Power, no delay is acceptable. You have to roll this out on schedule regardless, whatever your shortcomings are you're complaining to us about. So I don't quite understand why you say it's not so much a lack of support. It's just the possibility of influence. I mean, I agree. The influence, whatever influence that may be adverse on PNM is important, but I thought it was kind of alarming that the wholly owned company, Central Maine Power, without adequate resources, was affirmatively being kind of rejected for support by that subsidiary. Is there more to the facts that I'm not capturing here, because you would have heard more of the testimony?
Well, I guess I was just trying to, address Commissioner Fishman's statement, probably more literally than maybe I should have. I mean, he was suggesting that Avangrid was taking away resources. At that moment in time, Avangrid was not taking away resources.
Right.
I mean, the situation had gotten to the point, I guess, according to the auditors that did the review in Maine, that the Avangrid Iberdrola group over the years was essentially taking away resources, telling them to cut resources in order to meet their profit objectives. And so in over the years, I guess, Central Maine Power had reduced the resources that it had available to deal with service problems and to deal with the billing system that you're talking about. So, I mean, it wasn't an immediate thing. It wasn't something that happened in October of 2017 that Avangrid said, you're not going to have these resources. Instead, it was in October 2017, Avangrid said, given the resources that you have, move forward.
Yeah, make do without us, basically. Yeah. Okay, thanks. I didn't appreciate the nuance there. Great.
Ashley,
Okay,
don't let us put words in your mouth. Feel free to correct us if we do.
Right. All right. Okay, so that's all I had, Mr. Chair, and I'll let Ashley go on.
Okay.
I had one other follow-up question on that.
Sure.
Is was there any discussion of the downside that if Avangrid happened to overextend and its credit rating continued to fall, on the impacts that would have on PNM's credit rating if they went out into the market for debt?
Not that I recall. This issue of the downgrade of Avangrid came up in like late July, and that was after most of the prepared testimony had been submitted. No, there was no, that I recall, any discussion of that.
And Commissioner Hall raised an interesting point that Avangrid, because it's involved as a developer, theoretically has a higher business risk profile than a typical utility, because they're engaged in businesses that don't have guaranteed revenue or largely regulated. Guaranteed is too strong a word, but largely protected revenues. Did that come up at any point in the hearings or in testimony?
Oh yes, that was yes, that was the well, I mean, I guess that was trying to think how that came up. But yes, that came up. It came up in regard to the general idea of PNM potentially favoring Avangrid renewables in PNM's acquisition of resources. And so yes, I mean that is one of the problems. Yes.
Right. Just on this issue, before we leave it, would your assessment be based on the evidence that there's no strong evidence to say that there will be advantages or disadvantages one way or the other in terms of PNM's access to financing as a result of this transaction? There's a different risk profile, but it's hard to say whether they'll have lower cost financing or whether they have higher cost financing as a result of this transaction. Would that be a correct conclusion, or how would you put it?
I would put it as it's unclear.
Yep.
I think the Attorney General's witness, who that was the essence of her testimony on the issue, is that there are a lot of things that go into credit ratings, and it's unclear, really how that will affect how Avangrid and Iberdrola's presence in the transaction will affect PNM's credit rating, and that was her testimony before the downgrade of Avangrid. I mean, I suppose if everything is great, if everything goes well, I suppose PNM has access to the resources of Avangrid and Iberdrola. But on the other hand, to the extent that Avangrid and Iberdrola have other plans for their money, PNM will not have access to that. I'd say it's unclear. I mean, under the best of circumstances, it could be helpful. How much helpful it would be, that's unclear. But in the worst of circumstances, it certainly won't be helpful.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Hall.
So, not to beat a dead horse or anything here, but I did find the part in Ashley's certification that kind of quotes what not quotes, but discusses and partially quotes what that witness said. It said that basically, let's see, Mrs. Crane said the response, Mrs. Crane agreed that the financial community believes that the structure and financial terms of the proposed transaction will be positive for PNMR and its subsidiaries, but she said the response from the rating agencies regarding Avangrid's position post-merger is more tepid. She cited Standard & Poor's affirmation of Avangrid's and its subsidiaries ratings on October 21st, 2020, the day after the merger announcement, noting that the acquisition of PNMR would benefit Avangrid by increasing its scale and percentage of regulated operations. That's what you're saying. So it benefits Avangrid to acquire PNMR because they have a more stable revenue source. But she said the Standard & Poor's also made note of the significantly higher business risk it ascribed to Avangrid's incorporated unregulated business in renewable energy generation. Standard & Poor's found that Avangrid's unregulated business exposes Avangrid to counterparty credit, volumetric, commodity, and additional operational risks, and it assessed Avangrid's overall financial risk profile as significant. That's because they have the unregulated part of their business. It also underscores the execution risk on the Iberdrola Group's large offshore wind projects. which we know about. But she also said, in connection to benefits to PNMR, she said it's possible that any benefit of removing debt, and this is Ashley's wording here, of removing debt at PNMR will be more than offset by PNM's ownership by an international company with unregulated ventures. PNM will be unable to completely isolate itself from the risk associated with Avangrid and Iberdrola. So right there, that's where I was asking myself. So is it going to be a liability to PNM to be associated with, these companies that have an unregulated business side? I think that from her testimony, it seems like they can escape that to some extent. So just weighing in there. So I'm done with that point.
Continue, Ashley.
All right, well, I'm going to be talking about the benefits for a while now.
Okay.
The joint applicant's November 23rd application included the following initial set of benefits: $24.6 million in rate credits over 3 years, maintenance of PNM and PNMR's charitable contributions at historical levels for a minimum of 3 years following the closing of the proposed transaction, maintenance of PNM's existing low-income customer assistance programs, including PNM's contributions to the Good Neighbor Fund for a minimum of 3 years, contributions to economic development projects or programs in New Mexico at shareholder expense totaling $2.5 million over the 2-year period following closing of the proposed transaction, and creation or bringing in of an additional 100 full-time jobs to New Mexico over the 3 years following the closing of the proposed transaction. The benefits were increased incrementally in early versions of stipulations filed in April and May, and again, finally in the June 4 stipulation. Then further incremental benefits were negotiated in various proposals after the filing of the June 4 stipulation. The joint applicants currently appear to be offering the following: $67 million in rate credits over 3 years, $10 million in residential customer arrearage relief, $2 million to assist residents in remote areas obtain electric utility service, $15 million for low-income energy efficiency programs, agreement not to file a new general rate case before June 1, 2022, maintenance of PNM and PNMR's charitable contributions at historical levels for a minimum of 5 years, maintenance of PNM's existing low-income customer assistance programs, including PNM's contributions to the Good Neighbor Fund for a minimum of 5 years, contributions to economic development projects or programs in New Mexico at shareholder expense totaling $15 million over the 5-year period following closing of the proposed transaction, $12.5 million at $2.5 million per year in contributions to impacted indigenous community groups in the Four Corners region over the 5-year period following the closing of the proposed transaction, $2 million over 2 years for local scholarship and apprenticeship programs, and creation or bringing in of an additional 150 full-time jobs to New Mexico over the 3 years following the closing of the proposed transaction. The joint applicants have also proposed environmental and other benefits: creation of a carbon reduction task force, carbon reduction compensation incentives for PNM executives, creation of a chief environmental officer position at PNM, commitment to expand PNM's transportation electrification program, commitment to expand PNM's solar direct program, and commitment to pursue the creation of a regional transmission organization. The joint applicants argue that the benefits they propose in this case exceed the benefits found to have satisfied the public interest in recent merger and acquisition cases before the commission. The joint applicants cite the purchase by TECO Energy, Inc. of all of the stock of New Mexico Gas Intermediate, Inc., which owned all of the stock of New Mexico Gas Company, Inc., in case number 13-00231-UT. The benefits there included rate credits totaling $11 million, TECO's overall track record and commitment to own New Mexico Gas for 10 years, conditions designed to ensure that approval did not cause a deterioration in New Mexico Gas's quality of service, and commitments to ensure no loss of commission jurisdiction and protect customers against harm. Second, they cite case number 15-00327-UT, in which Emera US, Inc. merged with and into TECO, changing the holding company ownership of New Mexico Gas and giving Emera Inc. indirect control over New Mexico Gas. The transaction there included $2 million in extended bill credits, economic development contributions of up to $20 million, a board of directors with local representation, the extension of timeframes and protections of employees and functions, and the commitment to at least 10 years of ownership of New Mexico Gas Company. Third, the joint applicants cite the recent merger transaction that turned El Paso Electric Company from a publicly owned company into a privately held entity owned by Sun Jupiter LLC and its parent IIF US in case number 19-00234-UT. The commitments there included $8.7 million in bill credits, $1 million per year for 20 years to promote economic development, a 10-year ownership commitment, and a general commitment to quality of service. However, as discussed in section Roman numeral 6 G1 below, the EPE stipulation also included a requirement for a majority of independent members of the EPE board of directors. The joint applicants oppose a similar requirement in this case. Then I go to the potential harms, but
I was gonna, yeah, before we got to that, I wanted to just quick cover some of the potential gains stuff. If you could scroll back up.
Where would you like me to go?
Oh, you can just to the list of monetary contributions.
Okay.
And in terms of these monetary contributions, are there any enforceability issues that you see with those proposed monetary contributions?
What's that question again?
So the question was 67 million in rate credits, 10 million in customer arrearage relief, 2 million to assist residents. So Ashley, do you see any particular challenges for us as regulators to be sure that that stuff happens in terms of those monetary commitments?
Mr. Chairman, before, if I could, just to clarify, you're asking Ashley to go through a list of conditions that do not coincide with the conditions in the June 4th stipulation, which is the subject of his decision. And so my question is, these recent, modifications, are they considered a part of the record or are they not? The evidentiary record.
Well, the ones that I'm looking at right now, the 67 million, the 10 million, the 2 million, these are all part of the evidentiary record. They're items that the joint applicants are willing to say they're willing to provide, but we haven't gotten complete agreement about these from from either the signatories to the June 4 stipulation or the non-signatories who who during the hearing have signaled that they either will support or will not oppose the transaction. The problem that we have here is that we have the June 4 stipulation, and it's clear what the joint applicants and the signatories agreed to there. But then after the June 4 stipulation, we have a number of other terms, a number of other conditions, and some of them are listed here, that we haven't gotten a total agreement on from either the signatories on June 4 or the parties who did not sign on June 4, but now indicate that they're either willing to support the transaction or not oppose it based on some set of terms. So getting to your point, Commissioner Maestas, these are in the record, but we don't know how many parties have agreed to all of these things.
And just as one more matter of clarification, these are different from your modifications that you're recommending if the commission chooses to pursue approval of the merger.
Correct.
Okay.
And my question isn't reliant on the specific amount of the dollars in each of these. It's just a question about, in terms of looking at the record and implementing these, was there anything in testimony or on the record that speaks to potential hiccups in enforcing these provisions, or are these dollar provisions things that we feel pretty comfortable as regulators we can enforce?
Well, just looking at these now, I don't know that I in particular, that I particularly addressed issues with the enforcement of these benefits, except for that one about the 150 full-time jobs in New Mexico. That was a vaguely described benefit, and what I tried to tighten that up in the modification that I proposed. I mean, the way it's written in the document that you see there, it's not clear who's going to be the employer of those 150 full-time jobs, and is it going to be Avangrid Inc. and its affiliates, or are we going to have an argument about whether Avangrid and PNM's activities in New Mexico have resulted in the creation of 150 full-time jobs by other companies? I mean, how's that going to be enforced? And so I tightened that up in the modification that I was recommending to make that be 150 full-time jobs of Avangrid Inc. or its affiliates. I mean, I think.
Go ahead.
I guess that's one example. I mean, I think the more general comment that I make is that in the certification is that someone has to pay attention to all this as the years go forward, and it's so that's going to require some resources. That's going to require some effort. And I think as we all know as regulators, sometimes you have a clear commitment that parties ask to be excused from, in some measure over the years. So, I mean, that's a possibility. And so, I mean, I guess that's about as far as I'd be willing to go in terms of.
Well, so I'll make just my observation, just on the dollar numbers, is it appears to me if the commission puts its mind to enforcing those, that those are, for the most part, they look pretty darn enforceable. I don't feel like that's a huge risk if we do manage to put the regulatory resources to keep track of it in place. That's kind of my general impression. Do you see anything that to dispute that?
Other than just the effort and the that one provision that I identified.
Okay. Now on the jobs, I get really confused because, like money, jobs are fungible. Somewhere they could be making management moves that reduce jobs, and others that increase jobs. And how do you ever measure, looking at the whole picture, whether they've added jobs? I get really confused about how you can do that. Is okay, we create a subsidiary, we have a place that we've assigned that the jobs are going to happen, but are we keeping track of where jobs are being lost somewhere else in the whole picture? What are your thoughts on that?
Well, there is a requirement in the stipulation that the companies file an annual report that describes what jobs they're adding. And yeah, I understand your issue, but I suppose there is a way to, at least there's something to be that the commission can look at in terms of answering the questions that you're asking. But again, it's an enforcement effort, and yes, it's an enforcement effort.
So that one feels a little more problematic to me, at any rate. And you don't seem to be disputing that. Not to say that it's not appreciated that the effort would be put in place. I just don't know how you measure and evaluate it.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner Hall.
Well, I remember in the San Juan generating station replacement case, there were a couple of pieces of evidence where there were some letters provided by some developers verifying how many people they were hiring. That was one way they quantified it. Those were for purposes of building the projects. So, I mean, as a question whether or not you would value temporary jobs like that, and what the rhetoric is around 150 full-time jobs. Full-time jobs for how long? A lifetime? Or 6 months? I don't think it's easy to track it all. I think it's just a nice thing to throw out there. But what I'm hearing Ashley say is the effort involved. And, I look at, well, not this list so much, but just the list of all the regulatory agreements or whatever that phrase is, there's 50 or so, over 50 of them. I just think these are all, agreements that have been, or proposals really that have been partially agreed to, I guess, in some cases, or maybe totally in some cases, that he describes for us that have been raised in the preceding. And the overwhelming feeling I have is how much regulatory work is involved in keeping track of all this stuff. And and a large portion of which could be avoided by the commission taking other steps. But we could get to that discussion later. But I just wanted to throw that in. I mean, yeah, maybe we could regulate these things, but at what cost?
Okay. All right. So thank you, Commissioner Hall. So now I'm jumping to the soft benefits and done with the, go down now to the next page. stop right there. So environmental and other benefits, and here's an area where, just as a general proposition, I find things confusing in that it seems to me that most of these, perhaps with the exception of the creation of a chief environmental officer position, these are things that are available for the commission to put in place and regulate, and putting that in this agreement has a potential to create a conflict between where a future commission wants to go and what's in this agreement. And I'll give an example. Just commitment to pursue the creation of a regional transmission organization. Well, that can take a lot of forms. And it can take a lot of forms that maybe the commission finds not in the public interest. How do you negotiate that, and how do you treat this in the agreement and somehow marry that to the regulatory process in a way that doesn't create confusion and potential conflict?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I just like to throw in, that particular provision caught my eye too, because it assumes that an RTO is a good thing, and that's sort of a moving target as an understood nationwide, given the fact that recently there have been some decisions made at various RTOs and ISOs that have been very compromising to other states' policies, especially their clean energy policies. So an RTO, precisely as we understand it now, might not be a desirable thing at all. And, some kind of provision like that embedded in an agreement like this could be a liability in the future.
So anyway, I just wanted your comments on that, Ashley. Am I inventing a problem here, or is that a legitimate concern?
Well, I guess I'm in a little bit of a difficult position, because what I've done is done a certification. I'm sorry. I've written something that doesn't address what you're asking me about in any detail.
Okay.
And I'm a little bit reluctant to go beyond what I've written, because that could create some problems for, I guess, in terms of fairness to the parties about their ability to address what I say. I mean, I've written this certification, and they've had the ability to do exceptions to that. But to the extent that I go beyond what I've written, they're not going to really have an opportunity to file anything in response to that. So I can only address maybe what I've said and what's actually, and maybe point out things to you that are in the stipulation itself. All I said, I guess, about this particular provision, the RTO provision, is that it's kind of, there's a lot of room here for the parties to actually do something with this. I mean, it's not very specific about what the result is going to be, and it also does provide for approvals of whatever they do by the commission. So that's probably about all I should be saying right now about that provision. I mean, it's certainly not a provision that I developed. It's the parties developed this, and I guess my reaction to it all is that it's a very loose provision, and that whatever is done pursuant to that is subject to the commission's approval.
Okay. So I guess my comment is I'm looking at these and it feels pretty squishy. And I'm not really sure what the benefits of many of these things are or will be, and that many of these initiatives can, could be addressed by the commission, regardless of whether there's a merger or not. And so that's a concern for me in looking at these. How real are these as potential benefits? I guess my other concern is you have a chief environmental officer, and you have carbon reduction incentives for PNM executives. I mean, how that stuff gets put in place, regardless of the local governance, is if the ownership organization, Avangrid or Iberdrola, basically puts forward even a hint of an idea that maybe less equity will be available if you don't do what we want, all of this kind of becomes moot. Is that a legitimate concern on my part?
Well, I've made the general comment that there is a real risk of harm from having Avangrid and Iberdrola in a position to exert their influence on PNM. So I think what you're saying is in alignment with that.
Okay, thank you.
I guess the only other thing that I want to point out, I guess, as we're talking about these, what you're calling, well, the other non-quantifiable maybe benefits, is this carbon reduction task force. There's a sentence in that commitment. It's commitment 43 that actually provides for PNM to work with stakeholders to craft reasonable and appropriate New Mexico legislation in 2022 that would create a market-based credit program to achieve reasonable and consistent progress in reducing emissions to meet the ETA's 2045 decarbonization requirements. And what I did there, I expressed the concern that this provision would be doing something similar to what you're suggesting, Commissioner Fishman, is that this essentially could be interpreted as the commission's support for a market-based credit program to deal with decarbonization. And I don't have an opinion on whether that's a good idea or not. I don't know if the commission has an opinion on whether that's a good idea or not. But I felt that it was important that the commission, that at least that provision be highlighted for the commission to make a decision on whether they think that is a good idea to be included in this stipulation, and whether it's the type of legislation that the commission actually does want to support. Because if we're talking about policy, I mean, that is certainly policy. And because it's policy, that's really a decision for you folks, not me.
Yeah.
What
So
page
that's
was
just
that on,
highlighting.
Ashley? Excuse me,
I'll
just,
finish this thought real quickly and then on to you, Commissioner Hall. Yeah,
I
so
just
I
wondered
am-
what page it was. I don't want to have a
Okay.
comment. What page was it?
Well, it's in page 34 of the appendix 2, but I discuss it I discuss it in the certification. Let me see where that is.
I remember it. I just don't remember the page.
It's
I'm sorry to interrupt, Steve. I just thought.
No problem.
yeah, page 92.
So I am kind of
On to
concerned that to the extent that interveners in a merger agreement docket, use that docket to, in effect, use that in effect to set commission or public policy. And it just feels to me like in a few of these areas, one can make an argument that that's what's happening here.
Did you want me to turn to that page, or do you want me to continue with other things? I'm not sure.
No, I don't need him to. No.
Yeah.
I just wanted to see it again. I've seen it, but I had the same basic thoughts as Mr. Fishman, actually. This is getting rather far afield in terms of types of things to be adding into a stipulation.
Okay, should I continue?
Yeah, that's all I had on that.
Okay.
Probably doesn't feel like just a little to you though. Sorry.
Okay, well, I want to deal with the potential harms. Starting at the bottom of page 42. The remainder of the factors to be considered by the commission, factors 2 through 6, address the potential harms resulting from the proposed transaction. The first one deals with the preservation of the commission's jurisdiction. Section Roman numeral 6C discusses the second factor, whether the commission's jurisdiction will be preserved. The concern underlying this factor appears to have been resolved. PNM will continue to be subject to the commission's jurisdiction. Iberdrola, however, initially resisted the commission's jurisdiction. Bernalillo County and the Albuquerque-Bernalillo County Water Utility Authority filed a joint motion on May 24 asking that Iberdrola be joined as a party, and my June 8 order required Iberdrola to do so. Mr. Zagra Blazquez, Chief Development Officer and a member of the Executive Committee of Iberdrola, said in his July 29 rebuttal testimony that Iberdrola commits that it will be subject to commission's jurisdiction for as long as it owns PNM. The next section deals with the diminishment of service quality. Section Roman numeral 6D discusses the third factor, whether the quality of service will be diminished. If PNM service under Iberdrola Avangrid ownership is anything like the service provided by Iberdrola Avangrid utilities in the Northeast, the quality of PNM service is likely to be diminished. Maine Governor Janet Mills described Central Maine Power Company's service as, quote, abysmal, unquote. J.D. Power's nationwide 2020 electric utility customer satisfaction studies ranked Central Maine Power last, 128th among the 128 investor-owned electric utilities surveyed for residential customer satisfaction. NYSEG ranked 17th of the 18 large electric utilities surveyed in the East region. United Illuminating Company ranked 11th among the 12 mid-size electric utilities surveyed in the East region. Only RG&E performed well. It ranked first among the 12 mid-size electric utilities surveyed in the East region. The Avangrid Inc. electric and natural gas utilities have been assessed more than $65 million in penalties and disallowances since 2016. The amounts assessed against the electric utilities over the past 5 years totaled $63.1 million, and I have them listed there. One particular violation that is directly relevant to reliability is the NERC violations. Those are violations of the North American Electric Reliability Corporation standards. They have $800,000 in penalties over the last few years. Avangrid Network's 4 natural gas utilities were assessed $2.5 million in mostly pipeline safety penalties over the same 5-year period. Central Maine Power's record of consistently poor service led to 2021 legislation that was vetoed by Maine's governor despite her negative assessment of Central Maine Power's service. The legislation was to authorize the replacement of Central Maine Power with a publicly owned utility. It also led to a management audit commissioned by the Maine Public Utilities Commission to study the extent to which Central Maine Power's problems stem from the Iberdrola Avangrid organizational structure. And these issues are discussed in section Roman numeral 6D below.
So Ashley, another quick question here. I saw a communication, I can't recall whether it was part of the record or not, but there was some contention that there are all these penalties, but CMP and these other Avangrid companies were not getting penalized or fined any more than other utilities in the region. Is there anything in the record that addressed that issue?
There was a testimony prepared by the joint applicants from a consultant, I think it was Concentric Energy Advisors, that analyzed that issue and determined that Central Maine Power and was doing about as well or not worse than other utilities in the Northeast.
So that was done by whom? Who was the study commissioned by?
Well, it was commissioned by, I don't know if I call it a study. It was an analysis prepared in testimony that was submitted in the case.
Okay.
The guy's name was Forrest Small.
And in your estimation, was it a credible study?
I've been doing utility cases for a long time, and I've found that you can pretty much get an expert to say to do a study that looks at issues from in a way that is most beneficial to the party that hired him. What I found mostly more important is what was actually determined by the regulatory commissions. And when I see almost $16 million in penalties and disallowances for Central Maine Power over the past 5 years, that means something to me. And it means more to me than the opinion of an expert who was hired to deliver an opinion on an issue like that on behalf of the party.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
Just consistent with your questions, I realize, we have to rely on maybe assumptions in terms of, the way the Avangrid utilities have performed, for example, in the Northeast. But my question for Ashley is that, their performance standards are centered around storm response, to restoring electric power subsequent to a major storm, where the consequences of violating those performance standards are quite substantial financially, where they would be levied a reduction in their return on equity. And so should we, if we had the same performance standards here in New Mexico, I can see the need for us, the commissioners, to really consider the gravity and the extent of these fines and revenue adjustments. But we in New Mexico have different quality of service and performance standards. I realize there's some reliability standards being proposed, in this case. But to what extent should we consider these past sanctions in an area that has vastly different standards for quality of service and performance. That's my question. Of course, again, I have to restate, a reduction in a return on equity that's a substantial penalty that can quickly add up. And so I just, Ashley, I'd like to get maybe just your perspective in terms of, in light of that, in light of the differences between these Northeast utilities that were fined and sanctioned and New Mexico, to what extent should we consider this record collectively?
Well, I obviously think that the utilities performance in the Northeast is very relevant. And it's not like, yeah, they're different areas, of course they're different areas, but each utility knows what's expected of them in the area in which they operate. And I would think they're expected to plan accordingly. And to the extent that they don't satisfy the standards, that indicates that they've been ineffective in performance. And so I think the difference in geographical area is really not that significant. I think it's, or in terms of the standards, each of these utilities knows what's expected of them. And to the extent that they don't perform in accordance with those expectations, I think that's a problem.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's all I had for now.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ashley.
I'm not sure where I stopped.
Sorry, we're
Page 44 somewhere.
I think at the bottom of 44.
We keep throwing hurdles in front of you. Sorry.
Well, I said the record and its potential duplication in New Mexico is concerning, as well as the joint applicants' resistance to staff's proposed reliability standards. The joint applicants' assertions about the resources and expertise of the Iberdrola Avangrid group of companies do not match well against their record in the Northeast. Section Roman numeral 6E discusses the fourth factor, whether the transaction will result in the improper subsidization of non-utility activities. The section discusses the cost allocation manual required by prior commission orders to prevent the subsidization that could potentially result from P&M payments to Iberdrola Avangrid affiliates when affiliates provide services to P&M. I asked the joint applicants to provide a copy of P&M's cost allocation manual, as it will need to be adjusted to include P&M in Avangrid's organizational structure. PNMR witness Joseph Terry stated that following the closing of the proposed transaction, and for some time after that, there will be no changes in how costs are allocated to P&M. He stated that the services to be provided by Iberdrola Avangrid affiliates and the charges for the services will be determined during the integration process following the acquisition. Nevertheless, Avangrid's aggressive non-utility growth strategy presents a special risk that decisions made in the integration process could result in P&M ratepayers subsidizing the activities of Avangrid Renewables and Avangrid's other non-utility subsidiaries through preferential inter-affiliate agreements.
So I'm going to ask for a stop on that one too.
Okay.
This one feels like a very important issue to me, particularly in terms of commission resources and how all of these intercompany transactions, how we're going to manage to get our arms around how fair the pricing is and what that all means, what the process will be. And I guess my take at this point is we're not even close to having the resources to even look at this unless somebody does the research and brings up a specific complaint, provided they can get a hold of the records. Again, I'll just ask you, are my concerns justified or am I just being paranoid?
I think your concerns are justified.
Okay, that was my only question on that.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Yes, this is a very good discussion. I believe that every commissioner have a path during the recommended decision discussion to ask questions, whether it's on the record or not, because we are in a position to protect New Mexicans. Who is taking care of the ratepayers? This is, very good questions. This is the joint application is in front of us. We have every right to analyze it, make the assessment, and consider different options. We are open to listen to the concerns of the commissioners. And I appreciate that. There's thousands and thousands of ratepayers. Their voice are stated at the very minimum. The ratepayers, we have to protect them. So I don't want to go too far, but I'm just enjoying listening to the questions that are coming up and where it's going. I am very alert, and I understand that the hearing examiner will respond to questions that's in the record according to the testimonies. But I think as the regulatory body, we need to be open-minded. That's my comment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. I think Joe, Cynthia, and I all feel like we've gotten a stamp of approval from you, so thank you. And I'm glad that our questions are helping out. So thanks very much for those comments. So Ashley, go ahead and continue.
Can I just say one thing, Mr. Chair? Sorry, I had myself on mute.
Sure.
Yeah, I really appreciate Teresa's comment right here, because right next to that sentence that Ashley had just read, I wrote myself a note. This is the basis for risk to ratepayers. This issue right here about the aggressive non-utility growth strategy presenting a special risk, that decisions made in the integration process could result in PNM ratepayers subsidizing the activities of Avangrid Renewables and Avangrid's other non-utility subsidiaries through preferential inter-affiliate agreements. I mean, to me, that's the one area where, it would be very difficult for us to police. There are a lot of provisions that are added later, but, at least according to a couple of the experts, that's an area that are testifying, that had testified or provided written comments, Larry Blank and from NMSU and Scott Hempling. They were both saying, these inter-affiliate agreements are just very hard to police. So I agree, that's the area of risk. So I'm done.
So continue. Ashley.
Okay. The next one, next section, the qualifications and financial health of Avangrid Inc. and Iberdrola. Section Roman numeral 6F discusses the fifth factor, careful verification of the qualifications and financial health of the new owner. Okay, financial health. Iberdrola and Avangrid are large companies. Iberdrola has over $143 billion in assets Its market capitalization is over $85 billion, and it had a net profit in 2019 in excess of $3.8 billion. Iberdrola is a global utility that has over 170 years of experience in the electricity and gas business, including experience as a provider of electric transmission and distribution services. Iberdrola and its subsidiaries provide regulated utility services in the United States, Spain, United Kingdom, Brazil, and Mexico. Avangrid has over $36 billion in assets and $700 million in 2019 net income. Its shares are publicly traded on the New York Stock Exchange. Avangrid Inc. owns 8 regulated electric and natural gas utilities through its Avangrid Networks Inc. subsidiary, serving more than 3.3 million customers in New York and New England. Its Avangrid Renewables subsidiary is the third largest wind and solar power operator in the United States, with approximately 7.5 gigawatts of wind and solar generation. Mr. Kump, who is the chief of Avangrid Inc., said at the time of his November 2020 direct testimony that Avangrid Inc. had better credit ratings than PNM and PNMR and access to substantially greater capital financing at lower costs than PNM and PNMR. However, Avangrid Inc.'s aggressive expansion into additional non-utility projects has raised concerns among credit rating agencies. The concerns about the higher risks of those projects are discussed in section Roman numeral 6F, along with the related downgrade of Avangrid Inc.'s credit rating by Moody's Research on July 21 of this year. A management audit ordered by the Maine PUC to address the service problems of Central Maine Power discussed the risk that Central Maine Power will be provided inadequate resources and problem response from its parent holding companies as the result of its increasingly small part of a, quote, vast Iberdrola family, unquote. It cited Iberdrola's aggressive strategy of acquisitions, including its proposed acquisition of PNMR, its non-utility growth strategy in the United States, including the expansion of Avangrid Renewables, and Iberdrola's international growth strategy. Since the start of the COVID-19 pandemic, Iberdrola has announced the PNMR acquisition, plus acquisitions in France, Australia, Sweden, Japan, Scotland, and Brazil. The auditors noted that Central Maine Power Company comprises about 20% of US operations, but just 2% of Iberdrola's customers worldwide. The risks cited in the main audit are a concern for PNM and its customers as well.
So Ashley, again, I'm sorry. At each heading, I'm probably going to have a question, but I wanted to go back to Avangrid's statement that it about establishing a beachhead by acquiring PNM, which seems to me somewhat related to the issue being discussed here, meaning that they have other business ambitions apart from just the PNM utility. And I'm wondering if there was any more detailed discussion of exactly what a beachhead means and what they were going to do from this beachhead.
Yes, there was. I was asking questions about that. And let me see, I had it in a footnote at the very beginning of this recommendation section. Sorry, it's taking me a little while to get there, but I will be soon. Okay, yeah, in this footnote, I was asking him about this issue. He said that Avangrid's current focus is on the Northeast, which this is Mr. Kump, which he said is not a growing region. He said Avangrid Inc. is attracted to the Southwest because it is growing. I asked, where would the sales growth come from? He said, well, there would be two components. To the extent that you have economic development and a growing economy in New Mexico and the region, obviously that would be beneficial for the networks businesses. But then in addition, the opportunities to further develop renewables for the region and PPAs, whether it's individual consumers or utilities, whatever the case may be, that's where we see the growth, quite frankly, on both sides of the Avangrid business, both networks and renewables. I asked, are we talking about Arizona, Colorado, Nevada, California? What are you thinking? He said, you know, it could be anywhere. The reality is that if you look at the history of the utility sector, you know, consolidation has been pretty slow. When opportunities exist, you know, we look at them. They may not make sense, but we at least consider them. They're they're looking at you know, developing business opportunities in the Southwest.
But there's no, I don't see any discussion of how owning a utility creates a beachhead. You could go, you can pursue all of the development opportunities you need to or are interested in without owning a utility. So was there any discussion of why owning a utility was important in this strategy?
Well, yeah, that was probably the question that I asked prior to this set of question and answer, and didn't really get an extensive answer out of that question. I think the most he said was that we would have people in the area and they would be more familiar with opportunities that arise.
I think there's only one clause here that relates to your question, Steve. It says, to the extent that you have economic development and a growing economy in New Mexico. Yeah, it's growing, but not as fast as our neighbors. And the region, in New Mexico and the region, includes the neighbors. Obviously, that would be beneficial for the networks businesses. Networks is where the IOUs are in their business. It's not the renewable side, I don't think. Do I have that straight, Ashley? Is networks the renewable side or is that the IOU side?
Networks is the IOU side, that's right.
Okay, so he's trying to say if there's growth, you know, then there will be maybe an increased load or something. There's more customers to be served by the IOU. I don't know that that's happening here in New Mexico.
Mm-hmm. Well,
I think that's the only thing I can attach to that question, and I think it's a general answer.
Yeah, it's still pretty vague.
Yes.
You know, because what I would expect is that by establishing a beachhead here, we'll have some specific new business opportunity that was created and a direction to go. And I don't see any of that here. It just feels like kind of a one-off opportunistic kind of approach. So
for perfect
people who've worked with me on the commission know how I feel about that. I don't like one-off stuff that's not part of a bigger plan, and I just don't see a clear plan here. So,
well, Steve, may I respond to that?
Yeah, go ahead.
The way I interpret this is that, you know, he's trying to answer the question by saying, if there's growth in the region, maybe it makes sense to purchase an IOU. But then he says the opportunities to further develop renewables for the region and PPAs, whatever the case may be, that's where we see the growth, quite frankly. He says on both sides of the business. So it sounds to me like that means that they want to be able to be involved in the competitive procurement area because that's an area of big growth.
Yeah. So Ashley, just to follow up on that, is in terms of them looking at both utility ownership and project development, how much did you explore the issue of potential inside dealings between the different divisions of Avangrid that might create a non-competitive situation in terms of resource acquisition?
Well, I don't know that I really say that I explored it. There was some substantial testimony in that issue.
Okay.
Mr. Hempling's testimony said that's the purpose of of the transaction, is that they want to be able to link the two. And Dr. Blank from NMSU discussed that as a real serious problem, something that needs to be dealt with and addressed.
Credible testimony, in your opinion, or not?
I was particularly impressed by Dr. Blank. His background in particular is in what they call an industrial organization, and that's the area of economics that deals with antitrust issues associated with mergers and acquisitions. And he provided some extensive testimony that made a lot of sense. He talked about the critical stage, I think is the term that he used, that the renewable energy market is in at this time in New Mexico, and the need, the special difficulty that's going to need to be addressed to meet the carbon reduction standards in the Energy Transition Act. And he talked in particular about the need for innovation. That this is the field of renewable energy is developing, and it's at a point where innovation is going to be very important. And he was saying that to the extent that there are anti-competitive practices that inhibit competition in New Mexico among renewable energy developers, that will be a real drawback to this acquisition. That we need competitive providers, competitive developers. That we can't have a situation where Avangrid is able to dominate the market and discourage competition by other developers, because it will impact the state's ability to meet those carbon reduction goals. I thought his testimony was very persuasive.
Was there any testimony or discussion regarding the commission's ability to identify and prevent anti-competitive behavior if this merger were to occur?
Well, the stipulation has two provisions that deal with that issue. One is the requirement for an independent evaluator to look at for P&M's procurement of resources, to look at the fairness of the RFP process that is done with each procurement. That's one.
Responsible to who?
Well, responsible. I mean, I don't know.
Is it hired? So I'll phrase that differently. Hired by the utility or chosen by the commission?
Well, the way the stipulation, I'm getting a little bit confused now between what was in the stipulation in June 4 and what the parties eventually talked about at the hearing.
Hard
But
to keep
I
track.
think where we ended up at the hearing was that the company would be proposing a list of potential independent evaluators, and the commission would make a decision, would decide which of those to be hired of the companies on the list provided by Avangrid, whoever. And,
PNM.
Yeah.
The list is provided by PNM.
By PNM.
I found the
yeah.
page.
Yeah. And anyway, that was criticized as being inadequate but the commission then would be, the commission would be the one deciding who is the independent evaluator.
Right.
And that independent evaluator then would be responsible to the commission. I guess my modification, based on the criticism that was made during the hearings, was that parties in PNM's most recent renewable energy case would also supply a list of at least 3 independent evaluators that the commission then could choose from to do the work.
Now, this is an item, again, that's also part of our discussion on the IRP/procurement rule that's we currently have issued a NOPR on. And again, this kind of gets into a point where there's this overlap between regulatory policy and a merger agreement. So again, just another area of confusion for me that I think we need some clarification around. Okay.
But I also want to point out that there's another provision. There's in the stipulation that,
thank you.
That sets rules for how these RFPs and other purchases from affiliates can be conducted. And the rules, one of the provisions of the rules is that any information that PNM provides to its affiliates with respect to an RFP has to be simultaneously be provided to all bidders, and no other non-public information about a competitive RFP will be shared between PNM and affiliates other than as described in the stipulation. And that there's a requirement that the contracts be managed on an arm's length basis, as if they were contracts with a non-affiliated interest. And both Mr. Hampling and Dr. Blank discussed really how difficult it would be to enforce that kind of separation they just discussed how difficult it would be to enforce that kind of separation, that all the affiliates know who they're working for, and it'd just be difficult to enforce that.
Other commissioner questions before we move on? Any?
I would just like, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Go ahead,
I
Commissioner.
would just like to read the language in the RD that talks about what Dr. Blank said. He said, when significant amounts of money are at stake, there's a strong profit incentive to favor an affiliate over other suppliers in the market. He said the favoritism may be implemented through the choice of technologies or type of power to be procured, the design of the request for proposals, the evaluation criteria used to assess proposals, and other design details within the procurement process. And by the way, those are all items that we want to have be transparent in our upcoming rule, in our hopefully our rule to be passed someday. He goes on to say, there's also the concern that commercially sensitive proprietary data may be leaked from the regulated utility to the competitive affiliate. He said, because of the bias concern and proprietary data concern, non-affiliated suppliers, knowing that the regulated utility hosting the competitive procurement process as a competitive affiliate in the game, they may be discouraged from competing at all, thereby reducing competition and causing prices to increase. And then there is a real quote of his testimony. That was Ashley's paraphrasing, I guess, but they really Ashley quoted some direct language then from Blank as to what his remedy would be. It says, and he's referring to Avangrid, should choose whether it intends to enter the New Mexico market. He says, Avangrid should choose whether it intends to enter the New Mexico market as a regulated utility or as a competitive renewable provider. He says, if its preference is to enter the New Mexico market as a competitive renewable energy provider, then their focus instead should be on that market segment. The PRC should not allow them to do both because of the anti-competitive concerns I raised herein. Avangrid should choose one or the other. Do they want to be a regulated utility within New Mexico, or do they want to be a competitive supplier to that utility and other utilities within New Mexico? There is no need to allow them to do both, and to do so may be detrimental. So that was that position. So.
Okay. We've been going a couple of hours here. Does anyone, I think it's a good idea to take a 10-minute break if nobody has an objection. Okay, then we'll be back at 2:30.
Yeah.
Okay, terrific.
Commissioner Myastis?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah. Did Steve say 2:30 or 2:40? We have to return. It's 2:30 now.
2:30.
I thought so too. Is that what you heard, Ashley?
That's what I heard, yes.
Oh, here's Steve. I see his name now. Well, that doesn't mean he's there. Well.
Well, Mr. Vice Chair, should we consider going ahead and getting started?
Yeah, why don't we go ahead and do that? Ashley, please proceed.
Okay. Okay, I'm at the criminal investigation in Spain. Additional concerns about the qualifications of Iberdrola and Avangrid include a Spanish investigative court's criminal investigation of the chairman and other top executives of Iberdrola and an Iberdrola subsidiary in Europe for bribery, violation of privacy, and falsification of commercial documents. The investigation was initiated on June 23rd. It involves the alleged illegal hiring of a security company directly or indirectly owned by a police official to interfere with Iberdrola's opponents. The criminal investigation is relevant as it may reflect the culture of the Iberdrola Avangrid group of companies. PNM needs to maintain its culture of respect for state and federal law. The criminal investigation is also relevant because the Avangrid Board of Directors would approve the appointment and removal of the PNM Board of Directors, and Iberdrola executives hold 6 of the 14 director seats on Avangrid's board. The chairman and CEO of Iberdrola, who is under investigation in the Spanish criminal proceedings, is also the chairman of Avangrid Inc. And in that position, he holds the ultimate approval authority for the appointment and removal of the boards of directors of Avangrid Inc.'s electric utility subsidiaries. Iberdrola and Avangrid also exert influence over the activities of Avangrid's utilities by at times mandating cost-cutting measures to satisfy Avangrid Inc.'s financial goals at the expense of service quality. In addition, the Commission's ability to effectively regulate a utility depends upon the Commission's access to documentary records prepared and maintained by the utility. The potential that a utility's records might be altered or in any way falsified is of the utmost concern. The court orders initiating the investigations and specifying the officials, the Iberdrola subsidiary, and the potential crimes being investigated have been provided to the Commission as confidential documents under Spanish law. They are attached as Appendix 4 to the confidential version of this certification, with viewing restricted to the hearing examiner, the commissioners and their assistants and technical advisors, and the Office of General Counsel. And that's discussed in section Roman numeral 6 F2 below. Although not rising to the level of criminality, the activities of a political action committee in Maine, funded by Central Maine Power, raise similar concerns. The PAC, Clean Energy Matters, hired private investigators and consultants to research and allegedly interfere with Maine residents attempting to organize a citizens initiative opposing a transmission line proposed by Central Maine Power. Then the next section deals with technical qualifications. On the level of technical qualifications, the Maine PUC started an investigation this year into Central Maine Power's implementation of interconnection practices for developers trying to install rooftop and community solar projects. The Maine Commission is investigating complaints that Central Maine Power has increased the costs to be charged renewable energy developers to connect their projects to Central Maine Power's system months after entering agreements with the developers on the proper amounts. Next section deals with compliance issues in the current case. Section Roman numeral 6 FS 6 discusses Avangrid Inc.'s initial failure to disclose in this case the service problems of its Northeast utilities. That failure led to the cancellation of the hearings originally scheduled for May 4 through 12th and the rescheduling of the hearings to August. The additional time was needed for Avangrid Inc. to provide the necessary information and to give the parties and the hearing examiner sufficient time to review it. The additional time was also needed to consider the results of the Maine PUC's audit completed in July of CMP's service problems. Section Roman numeral 6 F7 discusses compliance issues involving Avangrid Inc. and Iberdrola in the current case. Those include incomplete discovery responses and failure to supplement discovery responses in violation of the Commission's discovery rules and the hearing examiner's December 18th, 2020 procedural order, the overbroad confidentiality requests in violation of the hearing examiner's January 14, 2021 protective order, incomplete responses to the hearing examiner's May 11, 2021 order requiring the disclosure of enforcement measures and penalties against Avangrid Inc.'s Northeast Utilities, the use of non-record evidence in the joint applicant's post-hearing brief in violation of the hearing examiner's August 27, 2021 order, and employment of an attorney subsequently disqualified for a concurrent conflict of interest in violation of Rule 16-107 of the New Mexico Rules of Professional Conduct. The first two violations constitute the basis for the sanctions against Avangrid Inc. that I recommend in section Roman numeral 6F7A of this certification. Then next section deals with Avangrid Renewables compliance issues in New Mexico. Compliance issues involving Avangrid Renewables' current renewable energy projects in New Mexico are also discussed in section Roman numeral 6F5. Those include the description of the El Cabo wind farm project as a 298 megawatt project, avoiding the Commission's location control review for projects sized at 300 megawatts or greater, and its failure to provide documentation required for the La Jolla Winds project under the Commission order approving the project's location. The violation and skirting of Commission rules and orders in the course of this proceeding indicate that a significant effort would be required to enforce the terms of any conditions attached to any approval of the proposed transaction. The next section deals with the adequacy of protections against harm. Section Roman numeral 6G discusses the final factor, the adequacy of protections against harm to customers. The proposed transaction will require protections that are adequate to prevent the diminishment of service, the potential slowing of the development of New Mexico's renewable energy resources, and higher prices for PNM's customers. The joint applicants have not proposed adequate protections to address the issues. First, dealing with the insistence of Iberdrola and Avangrid control of the PNM Board of Directors and the potential diminishment of service. A primary cause of the service problems affecting customers of Avangrid Inc.'s Northeast Utilities appears to have been Avangrid Inc.'s insistence that the utilities cut resources to meet Avangrid Inc.'s financial goals. Protections are needed to shield the PNM Board of Directors and management from the earnings priorities of the upstream holding companies of Avangrid and Iberdrola. The promises of Iberdrola and Avangrid that PNM will operate under local control post-merger are contradicted by their insistence that Iberdrola and Avangrid be in control of the PNM Board of Directors and management. Iberdrola influence is also exerted through the agreements Iberdrola enters into with companies within the, quote, Iberdrola group, unquote, such as Avangrid Inc. and potentially PNM. Mr. Azagra Blasquez, for example, is participating in these proceedings pursuant to an agreement for the provision of development services between Iberdrola and Avangrid. Avangrid is paying Iberdrola for those services. And these issues are discussed in section Roman numeral 6D and Roman numeral 6G1. The next section deals with—
Mr. Chair,
Sure,
if
go
I
ahead.
may. Ashley, on this particular section, I thought part of the stipulation was that on the PNM board, that there would not be any simultaneous offices held at the PNM board with upstream, I guess, affiliates. Is that in this current agreement?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so my next question is, because I agree with you that this is a concern of mine. I think we ought to use board composition as a means to perhaps sever the culture that seems to permeate from the parent company, Iberdrola. So I'm wondering, since Avangrid Networks is not an applicant in this, but Iberdrola, the parent company, is and was added, can we consider the same kind of prohibition of Iberdrola, that there not be simultaneous offices held of downstream affiliates? It's kind of just the opposite, because I believe under the proposed board composition of Avangrid Networks that there would be simultaneous positions held on the board of Avangrid Networks and Iberdrola. Is this something that we can consider?
You mean to separate Avangrid from Iberdrola?
No, to consider an additional prohibition on simultaneous offices held, but have it apply to Iberdrola and Avangrid Networks.
Well, I think the restriction that's already there would accomplish that as it's currently written. I mean, if an officer or director of PNM cannot also be an employee or an officer or director of any of the upstream holding companies, I think, wouldn't that prevent any of the upstream holding companies? Wouldn't that prevent the reverse, as you were saying?
What did you say, Ashley? Wouldn't that prevent what at the end there?
The reverse. I mean, wouldn't that prevent any officer or director or an employee of Avangrid Inc. or Iberdrola from being a director or officer of PNM? I mean, I think it would accomplish the same thing. Or am I missing something? I'm not sure.
What are we talking about accomplishing now? What's to be accomplished? I thought we were talking about a severance of, or a prevention of upstream board members sitting on lower stream boards. So why are we talking about it going in the opposite direction to somehow better sever the Avangrid from PNM boards?
Well, I guess let me read. My question is it enough? Is it enough to have that prohibition only apply to the PNM board? Because as I understand it, if the merger goes through, Avangrid Networks would be the umbrella organization over PNM. But if the board of Avangrid Networks still has ties to Iberdrola through simultaneous board memberships, should we consider that as well, or is just the prohibition that applies to the PNM board, is that enough? That's my question.
Enough to do what? That's my question. What exactly are we trying to achieve?
Well, I think that we're concerned about the influence of the parent company on operations of downstream affiliates, right? We've been talking about that all afternoon, and I think we're using this prohibition on simultaneous board memberships of upstream organizations as a means to maybe prevent any meddling in the operations of a downstream affiliate. And my question is the prohibition only on the PNM board enough to ensure that there is no meddling in the operations of downstream affiliates? Because I believe, as I understand, there's still going to be simultaneous positions held in the parent company, Iberdrola and Avangrid Networks, which will be over PNM. That's my issue.
Can I add to that question that Ashley also consider the other relationships, such as the fact that I believe Iberdrola owns 85% of Avangrid, and there will be agreements between PNM and other affiliates of varying natures. Can you throw that into that question, Ashley?
Well, I guess the way I understand the question is the question that do we want to restrict the ability of Iberdrola people to be on Avangrid's board of directors? Is that what we're looking at?
Yes, not the Inc., Avangrid Networks.
Oh, okay. The one below Avangrid Inc. I don't know. I mean, can you do it? I mean, I suppose it's not something that anyone recommended, but I mean, that's not something I addressed in the certification, but I suppose you can attach reasonable conditions to what you'd be approving. And would that be reasonable? I suppose, I don't know. There was no testimony about that, I guess is what, I guess my answer is.
Thanks, Ashley. So I guess since you're referring to what's in the evidentiary record, is it your recommendation that, let's just say if we choose to add additional modifications to the stipulation above your minimum recommendations, do those additional changes have to be the subject or have to reside in the evidentiary record?
Yes, I mean, I think whatever you're doing here has to be based upon the evidence in the record, yeah. And it applies to everything that the commission does.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, well, let me move on to the next section.
So Ashley, before you do, one quick question. Earlier, we covered the idea, the fact that ultimate approval of the PNM board, if I understood this correctly, still resides with the chief executive at Iberdrola. Did I interpret that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. So
Say that again, Steve. Just repeat it, please.
The ultimate approval of all of the board of directors for PNM after the merger, the ultimate approval comes from the chief executive of Iberdrola. So that even if we get agreement to restrictions on memberships on two boards simultaneously, even if we get a restriction on that, there's still significant room for influence with that board of directors at the PNM level, directly from Iberdrola. So I was asking Ashley if that's the case, and I think essentially the answer I got was yes.
Yes. Okay, should I continue?
Yeah, go ahead, Ashley.
Okay, next section is resistance to standards for reliable service. Tough but reasonable service quality and customer service standards are needed to prevent the problems experienced by customers of Avangrid Inc.'s Northeast utilities from being repeated in New Mexico. The joint applicants have resisted the establishment of meaningful measures to maintain or improve the reliability of PNM service to its New Mexico utility customers. This issue is discussed in section Roman numeral 6G2. The next section is non-compliant behavior of Iberdrola and Avangrid Renewables and Avangrid Inc. in other jurisdictions in New Mexico and in this proceeding. Even assuming the adoption of protections that appear sufficient, including protections to ensure service quality and reliability, the Commission will need to devote considerable enforcement resources to ensure that Avangrid Inc. and PNM comply with those protections. Avangrid Inc. has not been forthcoming regarding the penalties and disallowances that have been assessed against its Northeast public utilities, and it has violated and skirted Commission rules and orders in this proceeding. And I'm recommending sanctions against Avangrid for its discovery violations in this case. Avangrid Renewables has also skirted and failed to comply with Commission rules and orders in regard to its current renewable energy projects in New Mexico. And that issue is discussed in section Roman numeral 6F. Next section is Avangrid Inc.'s non-utility activities. Avangrid Inc.'s interest in accelerating the renewable energy business of Avangrid Renewables in the Southwest may not be consistent with the provision of reliable utility service by PNM. Avangrid states that it wants to use its acquisition of PNM as a beachhead for Avangrid Renewables projects in New Mexico and the Southwest. The resource needs of Avangrid Renewables may take priority over PNM's need for resources to provide reliable utility service to its customers. Avangrid Renewables' renewable energy development business is also riskier than the normal business of providing utility service and has recently contributed to a downgrade of Avangrid Inc.'s credit ratings. This issue is discussed in sections Roman numeral 6F1 and Roman numeral 6G3. The next section involves the slowing of development of New Mexico's renewable energy resources and higher prices for consumers. Avangrid Inc.'s interest in growing its renewable energy business in the Southwest also presents the risk that the proposed transaction might result in an overall slowing of the development of New Mexico's renewable energy resources. Avangrid Renewables is already developing and operating projects in New Mexico without its ownership of a New Mexico utility. Other renewable energy companies are also developing projects in the state. Avangrid Inc.'s ownership of both PNM as the utility buyer of renewable energy and Avangrid Renewables as the non-utility renewable energy developer and seller of renewable energy can give Avangrid Renewables a preference in PNM's resource procurements, drive out competing renewable energy developers, and lead to higher prices for New Mexico consumers. This risk is discussed in the testimony of Attorney General witness Scott Hempling and City of Albuquerque witness Dr. Larry Blank of New Mexico State University in section Roman numeral 6G3. There is no agreement among the parties in the foregone June 4 stipulation or otherwise on the protective measures to address these harms and no agreement on their adequacy.
Ashley, so I've got a question before we go on to the balancing, and that is lots of discussion, certainly off the record, just in the general public and in the press, about how the Avangrid merger would be helpful in developing renewables. We talked about limitations, but is there any testimony that you can refer to that supports that proposition, that there's some particular advantage to Avangrid ownership in terms of getting effective renewables development for PNM?
Nothing specific. There's just been the general testimony that Avangrid has done a lot of renewable projects and has an entire subsidiary that's has that as its business, but nothing particular about how that would be implemented here in New Mexico that I recall.
Okay, so you don't see any particular evidence that supports that assertion. We basically just see the assertion, but we don't have a clear evidentiary record that supports it. Would that be correct to say?
Correct, yeah, in terms of plans for New Mexico, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Hall.
Just related to that, and speaking of all the assertions that are out there in the public, I saw an opinion piece in our paper a while back that stated that Avangrid would, because of its association with Iberdrola, would have a superior accessed a superior opportunity to use their supply chain. And I thought, well, I wonder if there's testimony on that. And I asked Ashley, and I think it's worth asking him again, was there any testimony in the that you recall, Ashley, that indicated that Iberdrola would have, the other concept there, they'd have superior expertise in renewables and a superior supply chain. In particular, I wondered about the supply chain. And do you recall, Ashley, what you said then when I asked you?
I don't recall what I told you, but
I do. You said there wasn't. There was one place where some kind of question like that was asked of, I think, Mr. Crump, or I hope that's Crump. And, he said, yeah, we've got a good supply chain or something. We don't even have, you just said yes. I think that's what you said.
Yeah.
Does that ring a bell now?
No, yeah, I remember the testimony. I don't remember who was the witness. It was either Mr. Zagrablaskes or Mr. Kump.
Oh, well, I'm not sure.
And someone asked that witness about whether they've had issues with the supply chain. Actually, it might have been Commissioner Maestas. And the answer was no, they had not had problems with their supply chain. It was in connection with the delays associated with PNM's procurement of the renewable the solar resources to replace the San Juan units.
Yeah. But what I recall you saying was it was just that one word answer with no further discussion, no explanation of their supply chain and its superiority or anything like that. So it was just, such a insignificant utterance. It wasn't enough to constitute any meaningful evidence on that point either.
Yeah, I think they might have mentioned their size, that because of their size, they have not had issues with supply chain. But yeah, it was not an extensive discussion. It was one or two sentences.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Ashley.
Well, and I guess Commissioner Fishman, in response to your other question about any specific plans for New Mexico, I guess the other thing that I'd mention is the provision of the requirement for the carbon reduction task force. One of the things that provision requires is that PNM work with the group to develop a plan to achieve, the ETA's goals, 10 years sooner than the 2045 deadline. But the provision in the stipulation requires the development of a plan. That plan has not been developed, at least it wasn't presented at the hearing. And so I guess just to further, explain what I said before about there not being a specific plan in New Mexico for renewables development. That's true, but this provision requires, regarding the carbon reduction task force, provides for the development of a plan to at least in some way meet the carbon reduction goals of the ETA.
And that would be something that currently, under the current law, at any rate, the commission does not have the power to do. Is that a correct statement? We can't force them to develop a plan that's 10 years early under current law. So that theoretically would be an advance over where we are now in terms of speeding up renewables.
To the extent that plan is developed and it works, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
You
go
know-
ahead, Commissioner Hall.
on that point, having to do with superior expertise as well, there was one quote that Ashley captured that I thought was relevant to whether Avangrid had superior technology or superior expertise. And, it's just on one point, but I wondered if I could read part of that to you. They were talking about Central Maine Power's lack of experience in integrating distributed generation projects onto their system. It had to do with interconnections, which is why it caught my eye. And Mr. Kump gave some testimony about the issue. He said the difficulty becomes, and I'll use the example that I used earlier, if you have 5 or 6 developers looking to interconnect into the same substation that was only designed in the first place for several hundred customers, it oftentimes can result in significant costs that the developers would have to pay in order to interconnect. That's been part of the contention too, because I'll be frank, we're all learning right now in terms of we have the systems design of the past and the design you're going to need in the future, where you have all forms of distributed generation on the network. And we're all learning about what are the most efficient ways to, design the system to do that. He said, I'm not an engineer by trade, but in talking to our team, it's a very, complex issue and one that we're quite frankly learning on the fly as we go through this. So, that just speaks to me that, they're not any further along than we are, or maybe less, at least in the interconnection realm. And I found it concerning. That's a concern of mine. So I'm done. I just wanted to make that comment.
Ashley, I think now you get to go on and talk about balancing.
Okay. All right. The joint applicants argue that the proposed transaction should be approved because the benefits they propose in the June 4 stipulation and in later negotiations are larger than the benefits found acceptable in prior merger and acquisition cases. Those previous cases, however, lacked a showing of the potential harms present here. This case has a clear showing of potential harms that can negatively affect the basic need for reliable utility service. Because of the facts here, the hearings, I find that the potential harms outweigh the promised benefits. The benefits are not meaningful if PNM's customers do not have reliable service. Moreover, the benefits the joint applicants cite may not be as significant as they are portrayed. The parties disagree on how the rate credits should be allocated to PNM's various customer classes. But under the approach most favorable to residential customers, the $67 million rate credit would provide a credit of $126 per customer spread over 3 years. That amount is not an adequate trade-off, excuse me, for the reliability and customer service problems PNM customers might experience if the problems that Avangrid Inc.'s utility customers in the Northeast have experienced are repeated here. Further, the $67 million in rate credits may be a significant cost to the joint applicants, but the amounts to be received by each customer are relatively small. PNM's customers are not going to experience a significant benefit in their lives with a savings of $42 per year or $3.50 per month in their PNM bills if the $67 million is allocated to customers on terms most favorable to them on a per customer basis. Attorney General Witness Andrea Crane said, quote, even if we did $67 million on a per customer basis, there's still a relatively small impact on people's lives. And that's how ultimately, at the end of the day, I think the rate credits have to be evaluated, unquote. The per kilowatt hour allocation of the $65 million credit, the amount proposed in the June 4 stipulation would have saved residential customers even less, $1.64 per month and $19.68 per year over 3 years. 3 to 5 year commitments for economic development benefits are likewise insufficient when compared to PNM customers' longer-term interests in reliable service. The environmental commitments pursue worthy goals, but they lack enforceable near-term results that are sufficient to outweigh PNM customers' immediate interests in reliable service at just and reasonable rates. The near-term benefits that are enforceable, such as the $15 million in funding for low-income energy efficiency programs, are not large enough in their scope and dollar amounts to outweigh the potentially wider harm of unreliable service. Other promised benefits are not sufficiently defined to be enforceable. The vagueness of the promise to create or bring 150 jobs, for example, will likely lead to difficult to enforce disputes about who will receive credit for the jobs that have been created. Will the jobs consist of employees of the Iberdrola Avangrid group of companies, or will the joint applicants engage in a difficult to resolve argument that their activities have directly or indirectly created the jobs in third-party companies? The proposed transaction is also not needed for Avangrid Renewables to continue to develop renewable energy projects and to sell the output to New Mexico and out-of-state customers. Avangrid Renewables is already in operation here. Moreover, eliminating opposition by negotiating concessions tailored to the individual interests of the various parties does not necessarily produce a result that defines what is in the public interest. Individual parties' compromises for half of what they originally sought or concessions on positions originally intended to serve the public interest in exchange for a negotiated benefit tailored to the party's particular interest do not necessarily produce a result that is in the public interest. And then finally, potential conditions in the event the commission finds the benefits outweigh the potential harms. The normal course when a stipulation is rejected is to proceed with a hearing on the original application. The joint applicants should have that option. Another option might be to recommend that the parties engage in additional negotiations to develop a further stipulation to address my reservations about the stipulation pursuant to the commission's rules. However, substantial delays would result from recommending either of the options. Both options would require the filing of additional testimony and the scheduling of hearings for parties to cross-examine the witnesses who prepared the testimony. It is also possible that the commission might weigh the potential harms and benefits of the proposed transaction differently from me. For that reason, sections Roman numeral 6 A through G of the certification discuss whether the proposed transaction can be approved under any combination of conditions. The conditions in the June 4 stipulation, the post-June 4 modifications proposed by the joint applicants, the other signatories and the non-signatories, and any further modifications. If the commission decides that the proposed transaction can be approved in some form, i.e. with appropriate conditions, the benefits can be weighed as exceeding potential harms. I recommend that the commission should, at a minimum, adopt the modifications discussed in sections Roman numeral 6B through G for the signatories' consideration, in addition to any other changes the commission finds to be reasonable.
So Ashley, just to be clear here, even if these, I'm reading this as, even if these amendments are accepted, you still would not recommend this transaction. But if the commission disagrees, you would say at a minimum, we should have these additional provisions as part of this, the stipulation. Is that a correct interpretation?
Yes.
Thank you.
And that's all I had to say today. Happy to take any further questions.
So Commissioner.
Mr. Chairman.
I'm going to go with Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This question is for Ashley. So we have an application, a joint application as a merger, utility merger. Did they provide a benchmark of how much of certain requirements of renewables that will be targeted as a targeting point for the state of New Mexico? Is that something that was brought up during the hearing?
Nothing specific in this case, no.
So if you're going to develop a project in New Mexico, wouldn't it be beneficial to inform the ratepayers and the citizens of New Mexico that when we merge a utility company, this is our plan, this is the renewables that these type of renewables are something that we would like to see in New Mexico? Was that ever discussed in the hearing?
Nothing specific. They said, they suggested that they intend to do it, but there were no specific projects or plans described.
Thank you, Ashley. That's my question.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. And Commissioner Maestas, I think you had a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to refer everyone, and Ashley especially, to page 29 regarding legal standards for contested stipulations. And I'm just going to go ahead and read that paragraph. The commission has a policy of favoring stipulations. The commission's policy is based on the strong public policy favoring the settlement of disputes to avoid costly and protracted litigation, and the recognition that a cooperative approach may be more effective in reconciling the interests of all parties than would the polarization which often accompanies adversarial proceedings. So this, to me, seems like another way of saying that we encourage parties to find compromised positions to settle disputes. Would you agree with that, Ashley?
Yes.
But yet on page 55, you seem to take issue with the nature of the parties compromising to reach a settlement. On page 55, you wrote, eliminating opposition by negotiating concessions tailored to the individual interests of the various parties does not necessarily produce a result that defines what is in the public interest. Individual parties compromises for half of what they originally sought, or concessions on positions originally intended to serve the public interest in exchange for a negotiated benefit tailored to the party's particular interest, do not necessarily produce a result that is in the public interest. So I'm trying to reconcile our policy of favoring stipulations and compromising, but yet you took issue with compromising in the context of the June 4th stipulation.
Yeah, if you go back to page 29 and continue on to page 30, on page 30, I describe how the commission reviews stipulations. Let me get back to that.
So I guess
I'm not great at using the screen sharing. Sorry.
Here we go. No, that's not quite right. There it is.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the commission still reviews stipulations, and it says the commission applies the following criteria when evaluating stipulations. Is the settlement the product of serious bargaining among capable, knowledgeable parties? Does the settlement as a whole benefit ratepayers and the public interest? And does the settlement as a whole violate any important regulatory principle or practice? So we still have to look at that second one in particular, does a settlement as a whole benefit ratepayers and the public interest? And we're dealing not just with, a stipulation sort of out of the blue. We're dealing with a stipulation that deals with a merger transaction, and the commission has standards for the review of a merger transaction. And what I was doing in my analysis was looking at each of those 6 standards, and those still need to be reviewed regardless of whether there has been a stipulation or not. And those 6 standards go to the question of whether the stipulation is in the public interest. And I guess finally, I don't know that we have it. I mean, I guess my initial point in all of this is that we don't really have a stipulation anymore. I mean, I guess we had one in June 4, but now no one seems to be supporting that in whole. I mean, we have all various parties agreeing on different things. I mean, there's really no stipulation document that can be approved. I mean, I'm the only one who tried to assemble everything that was in the record in terms of conditions proposed by parties, and to produce them into a document that could be approved. But in terms of the initial question about what's the standard for approving a contested stipulation, I mean, I don't know that we have one anymore. And that was really my initial point. I don't think we do. And even if we did, I think we still have to consider the public interest. And I still think we need to consider, in considering the public interest, we need to consider those 6 factors that are standards for the approval of a merger transaction.
So Ashley, you've offered modifications to the June 4th stipulation as a minimum for us to consider if we pursue a different route. And my understanding is the parties have basically accepted those. The applicants and the interveners, most of them anyway, have accepted your recommended modifications. So would you say now at this point, given that development, that we do have, I guess, a baseline agreement or a baseline stipulation that we can work from? Because I agree with you that since June the 4th, there's been, I think, 40 plus changes that have been made. And I agree there wasn't, complete agreement, amongst all the parties. So I'm trying to ascertain what we have right now in the form of the acceptance of your modifications by the parties and the applicants. Do we have a springboard in the way of at least a working baseline stipulation?
Well, I'm sorry, I can't address that. Those were, parties have filed exceptions and others made filings after I issued this certification. And those issues are in the hands of you folks and the general counsel right now. I mean, I can't really be, expressing an opinion about what parties have said in their exceptions. I mean, that would be a supplemental decision that I'd be making that other parties would have a chance to file exceptions to. So, I'm sorry, but I think I need to pass on that and give that one to Mike Smith.
All right, before we hand that to Michael Smith, I'm willing to set that aside. I just want to delve a little deeper into your decision, Ashley. So if you could turn to page 65 at the very top. You had 2 choices or 2 approaches to follow. And I'm not going to read them, but there's paragraphs A and B, and it's under rule 1.2.2.20 point B, print 5. And after reading both of those approaches, I'm wondering why you just simply didn't pick approach A, which is decide that the settlement stipulation should not be certified to the commission at all, in which event the hearing examiner may indicate to the parties and staff whether additional evidence or legal argument in support of the stipulation or amendments to the stipulation might meet the hearing examiner's reservations about the stipulation. A seems to really fit more after reading your recommended decision. And so I'm wondering, why didn't you just pursue approach A?
The delay. It was my understanding that the joint applicants wanted a decision quickly, at least by the end of this year. And if I were to have issued a something that indicated to them what my issues were, we would need to have another hearing, and there would be more testimony, another hearing, and a further decision, and we wouldn't have gotten something done by the end of the year.
So the reason why I asked that, Ashley, is because did we truncate our pursuit of finding a stipulation that meets the public interest because we don't want to incur further delay? Because as everyone knows now, there's really no deadline for us to act. But I agree we should, act as expeditiously as possible. But I'm wondering why we ended the pursuit of finding that sweet spot, a stipulation that meets the public interest, regardless of the delays.
Well, that still is an option. I mean, that is one of the options I mentioned in that last section that I wrote. It was my judgment that the further delay would not be acceptable. But I mean, you folks are free to disagree with that.
So I guess in getting back, just you were talking about the nature of the positions of the parties when they were negotiating all these different regulatory commitments, but I couldn't help but notice your modifications that you are recommending to the June 4th stipulation are really kind of on the low side of a lot of those commitments, at least the ones that had a monetary amount. Why wouldn't you pursue like the upper limits, for example, in rate credits, that you really felt really was more in the area of meeting the public interest or made more sense relative to, the stock buyout above the market price? As an example, I think there was some testimony to that effect, trying to equate monetary regulatory commitments to the actual transaction. So I'm just wondering why wouldn't you really go for the high side of a lot of these regulatory commitments that were monetary in nature?
Well, my recommendation was, number one, that the proposed transaction not be approved because of some problems that I did not believe were resolvable with modifications to the stipulation. But then number two, I said, in the event that the commission disagrees with me and that the benefits do exceed the harms, that these other modifications could be, should at least be adopted. I wasn't trying to come up with, on my own, with a document that, the second option really assumes that you folks have concluded that I was wrong in terms of number one, of my first recommendation. And so if you're assuming that I'm wrong in terms of my evaluation of the benefits and the harms, I'm assuming that you think that what's been proposed is relatively satisfactory. So I was taking what I was assuming that you might think is relatively satisfactory and coming up with a couple of modifications that at a minimum should be included. So does that make sense? I mean, I'm assuming that if you disagree with me on whether the benefits are less than the harms, that you're concluding that the general level of benefits that are being proposed is sufficient, because you're concluding that the benefits are already in excess of the harms. So what's the point in me trying to come up with an additional level of benefits? That was my reasoning.
I see. And I assume we'll have time to get to maybe some of the other regulatory commitments that we may consider changing, but I have just one more fundamental, I think, question, Ashley. If you can turn to page 283. This is your findings of fact and conclusions of law. So specifically on page 283, and again, this is on your findings of fact, conclusions of law. Under number 4, you stated the June 4th stipulation cannot be approved because the signatories are no longer in agreement on its terms. Okay, I get that. I understand the nature of that. But however, I have a question on number 5. Again, it's page 283, up top, number 5. The potential harms resulting from the proposed transaction outweigh its benefits. And so if you recall, I wanted a clarification because we use the terms, June 4th stipulation, the merger application, and then the proposed transaction. And the way you had described the proposed transaction is just the acquisition without any conditions. And so I consider the transaction to be the most fundamental part, of the stipulation, right? It's the basis from which we're trying to, enhance this transaction through these conditions or regulatory commitments to elevate it such that we feel collectively that it meets the public interest. So when you say that the potential harms outweigh the benefits of the fundamental acquisition, then where does that leave us? If you're saying just a basic acquisition is flawed, then how can we build on something that's flawed through additional regulatory commitments?
Well, I guess I'm saying that you may disagree with my finding there. I stand by that, that the potential harms resulting from the proposed transaction outweigh its benefits, and that's why I'm recommending that it not be approved. But I'm trying to be, I guess, responsible enough to recognize that you might disagree with that finding, and if you do, then I was trying to suggest something at a minimum, that some minimum revisions to what I saw as being proposed conditions. I was trying to suggest some minimum revisions that I thought were necessary.
Right, and I think it just goes to what I said earlier, is why even make modifications to the stipulation if the fundamental aspect of it, the core of it, the transaction, that the harms outweigh the benefits. I'm trying to just see what we can build upon as a foundation as we go forward. And I'm kind of struggling with this particular conclusion regarding the fundamental transaction, because I think this is the message I get from you, is that we have an evidentiary record, and it's maybe not prudent to just throw the baby out with the bathwater and start over. And so perhaps maybe that's why you just didn't recommend a rejection without a certification. And I'm thinking, what can we build upon here? Without simply just discarding the evidentiary record. And I just get mixed signals, I think, from your recommended decision. You're saying the transaction is fundamentally flawed, but yet you recommend modifications to a stipulation, which you still contend doesn't meet the public interest. So that's what I'm struggling with. And then, you went with approach B, because I think you said that the evidentiary record, perhaps can be leveraged to come up with a stipulation that might rise to the level that it collectively meets the public interest. Does that make sense, Ashley?
I guess I don't quite look at it that way. I kind of stick with what I tried to explain before, which is that I'm recommending that the transaction be rejected because the potential harms outweigh the benefits. But I'm not the final decision maker. The commission's the final decision maker. And the commission might totally disagree with that finding in number 5. The commission might say the benefits outweigh the potential harms. And then we go to number 6. If the commission finds that the potential harms may, with sufficient conditions, be outweighed by its benefits, the commission should consider asking the signatories to agree to the modifications in Appendix 2 as the basis for the commission's approval. So if you disagree with number 5, then you go on to, at least the way I wrote this, then you go on to number 6. And then you can determine, you can essentially construct terms for a stipulation that you could ask the parties to agree to.
Okay, that's all I had for now, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ashley.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Byrd, we haven't heard from you, and just wanted to be sure you get in any comments or questions that you might have.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now, Commissioner.
Okay, good. All right. Well, I'm still in the listen and learn, watch and see phase. I can ask Ashley questions anytime. You guys are asking good questions that I need to think about and study a little more. So anyway, I've been talking to Mike a little bit already about it, and I'm still trying to decide. And anyway, so that's where I'm at. I'm still listening.
Okay. Other commissioners, any other thoughts or questions at this point?
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Thank you. This question is for Ashley. A few minutes ago, you stated that we have no stipulation. Is that correct? Is that what I heard?
Yes.
Okay. The second question I have is the fraud and bribery issues.
Yes.
How did you learn about this? Or was Avangrid, did they bring the report to you? How did it surface?
Avangrid filed a notice in late June about the issue, notifying the commission that the Spanish court had opened the investigation into its executives, the Iberdrola executives.
Okay. I'm getting mixed messages on that, but now you confirmed it. They filed it on their own behalf. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other commissioner thoughts, questions at this point?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Hall?
so I guess my question would be when do we want to take this up again? And I assume we all need to think some more, or I don't know.
Yeah,
I think this has been a very thorough discussion so far. It's been very helpful for me.
so, Commissioner Maestas brought up the idea that we could reopen the record. I'll state what my feelings are at this point, which is, if you ask me right now, I feel like Ashley's right on the money. Has done a good, thorough job here of looking at it. And, Joe, when he was just asking his questions a minute ago, was asking, gee, if the transaction's fundamentally flawed, why suggest potential enhancements? And I think Ashley, as I understood you, Ashley, was saying, yeah, it is fundamentally flawed. I just want to be sure that I'm providing you with options in case you disagree with me. If we do decide to open up the record again as a commission and try and work this thing into something better than it is now, I know that my concerns will be these. One is there just seem to be built-in huge opportunities for conflict of interest, both in terms of intercompany transactions, intra-company transactions between affiliates that we're going to have a hard time regulating, number one. And then number two, anti-competitive behavior. So throw out any ethical considerations or anything else. To me, I'm really concerned that the structure of Avangrid and Iberdrola is just antithetical to a situation that promotes behavior in the public interest. And I think that's just a matter of the structure of the company. It's not to criticize them or anything else, but from a regulatory standpoint, instead of minimizing potential abuses, we appear to be maximizing potential abuses just because of the structure of the company. So that, to me, that's aside from everything else. And if we bring it back to some more hearings and open up the record, I'm going to need to hear some compelling evidence that addresses that. So that if we do that, that would just be giving a forewarning to the parties. I need to see that issue addressed. On top of that, we see the what I'll call ethical issues, where Avangrid and Iberdrola have not been particularly cooperative. Ashley has recommended sanctions because they don't seem to particularly feel bound by our regulatory regimes. Certainly, as I'm looking at the record, I don't feel they've particularly well respected our process or the hearing examiner in the way we address this. They gave incomplete information. They did not, in terms of their performance in Maine and the East Coast, they certainly weren't forthcoming in disclosing that. Ashley, correct me if I'm wrong on that. Am I correct in saying that?
You're correct.
That instead, they just tried to kind of brush it over. And that in addition to their just structural problems, we also have problems of their ethics. And can we rely on the information they give us? And what we're hearing from our hearing examiner, Ashley, is, well, no, not really. And, I have to say, Ashley's been in this business for a long time. I truly respect him. And certainly we've had our disagreements, but Ashley's not the kind of guy, in my experience, who trashes people or trashes utilities, even when I might call their behavior a little questionable. He's a lot more tolerant than I am, I have to say. And so when Ashley says it feels that we're not getting ethical behavior, this is not a guy who, in my opinion, as a hearing examiner, is prone to jumping off the deep end and letting his emotions get away from him. It feels to me like we've got a very considered decision on the ethical side. So again, if we open this up, which as a commission, we very well want to do, to see if we can fix this or improve it, I would need to see those ethical issues taken care of as well. After that, all of the add-ons, all of the concessions and so forth, if you can't resolve those two issues, all of that stuff is just fool's gold. And in fact, it's fool's gold sitting in a pond of quicksand that before we ever get to it, we'll drown and customers will suffer. And I'm very concerned that each of the individual entities and interveners that have been involved in this bargaining have kind of ignored the fundamental issues with this transaction in order to get their little piece of fool's gold. And at this point, barring further evidence based on what we've seen on the record, I would agree that we're looking at a lot of special deals for particular interests, but you add them all up and they don't equal the public interest. And in fact, all those parties that have made these deals have kind of forgotten about the consumer here. And all these risks, they're all with the ratepayer and the consumer. Sure, I get my 50 million bucks or I get my whatever it is, but all the risks lie with the ratepayer. And I look at these individual deals by the parties, these individual provisions that have been put into it, and they just, in my mind, at the current level of evidence we've got, do not overcome the fundamental problems with this transaction. So I guess what I'm saying is if the commission wants to reopen the record and examine certain issues, I'll go along with that, but I have some strong reservations, and the reservations aren't on the trinkets that they want to give us at the back end. My reservations are at the front end fundamentals of the deal. Is it one that in any way serves the public interest? And, I'd forewarn the parties, that's where I'd need to see new evidence to change my mind. So at any rate, that's my 2 cents.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Commissioner Hall.
Okay, so since you're gonna put in your 2 cents, I guess I will too. And if somebody were to ask me right now, I would say I agree with Ashley as well for all the reasons you stated, Val. Just list them because I like to be concise. I'm very concerned with what looks like the company's disregard for legal norms and procedural norms at the PRC and interstate. And you explained very well, and Ashley explained in more detail, how we did not get cooperation in front of the commission from the company on numerous things, and they hid the ball. They were essentially withholding information. So they were engaging in deceit in order to gain their benefit. I find that very troubling. And the second thing I'm concerned about is their disregard for laws in their own country. And it's not the whole company, obviously, but it's high level executives that, are willing to break laws over a long period of time. I think that activity began, over a decade ago or something. So I find that extremely concerning. Often a corporate culture starts from the top. I don't need to say anything more about any other people in the or who was involved exactly, but definitely that was high level activity, prolonged, very deceitful, and directed against the activities of consumers, which I find extremely troubling. The structural issues, I agree with. There's just no way to get around the risk of affiliate, the abuse of affiliate associations. And that really compromises the public interest in our state in terms of the type of service we would get. And it further on the vibrancy of our currently vibrant, I think, and developing renewable energy market in our state. And I think Ashley did a very good job explaining and discussing the testimony on this point, that if a company both owns utilities, regulated entities, and in a different division, the means for serving those utilities needs through PPAs is very hard. There's a lot of pressure on them, a lot of opportunity it's hard for them to avoid self-dealing. And what's even harder in that scenario is our ability to meaningfully police those activities, to make sure that every transaction they have is on the up and up. And even if we were able to do that, nevertheless, there's still the depressing effect on competition when other developers look at the situation of a corporation, a huge multinational corporation acting in our state from both ends of the business. They own utilities, and they also own the companies that serve utilities. And they are in a perfect position to take advantage of their own RFPs in responding to them. So I think that's something that our agency simply would be very challenged with, and I think any agency would be challenged with. I agree. I see what you say about, or what Ashley says about there being no real agreements at this point. I mean, it feels like he's been having to herd cats in a way. He has, and especially when not only has the company itself, Avangrid, P&M, I suppose. No, I think it was Avangrid. No, it would have been P&M. Continued to discuss, even after new terms that were being negotiated, even after a hearing examiner had said, deadlines passed, we're working with the July 4th document. Not only did the company, but other parties also started bringing in new terms that had to be stricken. So there's this correcting effect. In any case, there's no agreement that everybody agrees on. So that's discouraging, because they've had a lot of time to do this. They should have gotten it done by the deadline, and they didn't. So that's a problem. And as Ashley pointed out, there really has been hardly any discussion, or I don't recall him saying anything having to do with what's the real need to protect consumers here. What can we really do to protect consumers? I saw one thing where on the point of providing $10 million for people in arrears. And there was a quick comment by New Energy Economy saying, why 10 million? Why don't you just cover it all? They're poor people. This is a poor state. People are suffering. Whatever else it might be, another 10 or 20 million, that is the one item that stands out in my mind as a consumer protection meaningful response. But that's the only one I saw. And in terms of benefits, I don't see any compelling evidence that there's going to be an influx of expertise or better supply chain, things like that. There's not even a promise of more money or services. I don't know if you saw, there was a page here where they were talking about, on page 45, PNMR witness Joseph Terry stated that following the closing of the proposed transaction and for some time after that, there will be no changes in how costs are allocated to PNM. He stated the services to be provided by Iberdrola and Avangrid affiliates and the charges for the services will be determined during the integration process following the acquisition. So, and they didn't say when that would be. So, whatever benefits in terms of services that PNM are going to get right now, we don't know. And we don't know when we're going to know. But it's not going to be before they want it approved. To me, all these things add up to a big problem. I don't see that it's a good thing for our state. The only way I could see any kind of agreement going forward would be to take the advice of Larry Blank or Scott Hempling and just prohibit the company from having their networks business operate in the state, period. But I don't think that's what they want. And I actually don't think that would serve our purposes because then the only thing they could do is run a regulated utility. And we have all these reasons why that would be, I would feel I was in derogation of my duty to protect the public if I prove that. So I really don't see any way out of it.
Commissioner Hall, I wanted to add one thing, and I think I skipped the most important reason that we shouldn't do the transaction, which is the company has an absolutely horrible record of running U.S. utilities.
Correct.
It's a disaster.
Right.
And I don't know how we justify saying to the public, here's this company with a known record, and we're just going to ignore that and let all of this what I call fool's gold lure us into a situation where we're stuck with horrible service and all kinds of regulatory problems for who knows how long.
Right.
And you put that on top of all the other things that you just raised and I raised, and I just have a really hard time seeing how we'd overcome that. But again, if the commission wants to reconsider and see if we can get some evidence to overcome that, I'm willing to. I'm skeptical, but those are the issues that need to be overcome for me.
Yeah, I agree. Oh, and I forgot to mention, I've received hundreds of letters all opposing this. I think there might have been one letter in favor of it, but I mean, the enormous, overwhelming majority of letters I've gotten, and they're individual letters. That's what kind of struck me. I mean, at first I was getting kind of, the same text with different names, but for the past 3 or 4 months, it's been individual letters, 3, 4, 5, 6 a day, opposing this merger. I mean, it seems to be very clear to the public that this is not a good thing for them. And the public seems to be very informed about their misadventures in numerous other countries. And I think it would be a big mistake to approve this merger. Notwithstanding all the effort that's been put in by all the attorneys whom I respect, who practiced before us. You know, they're problem solvers. They're trying to solve problems, but they have clients. And their clients, added up all together, still don't represent the consumer's overall interest that we have a duty to protect. So I can't support it.
Other commissioner comments? Not that I
Mr.
have
Chairman.
an opinion. Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Thank you. Today on the agenda, this particular case that we are discussing is a discussion item. And since two commissioners have already stated where they stand on the issue, I might as well share where I stand. I also am in support of Ashley Schnauer's recommended decision. And I serve on the commission looking out for New Mexicans. And I know that we have a case, a joint application in front of us, but I think beyond that, we have utility companies that run their companies the way that they do. And they submit their application a certain time of the year. But I feel that we are not only reviewing consumer protection ratepayers, we value where we come from. We value our background. And I feel that utility companies, they come in, they want to make changes, they want to set a target for renewable energy. They don't display it when the time comes. I feel that is a promise that is broken. It is broken to New Mexicans. I feel that if a utility company gathers certain groups, certain organizations that they want to improve renewable energy in New Mexico, then they ought to practice it. And in order for them to practice that, it would take time. It would take a decade, possibly 2 decades. And it is wrong to ship it over to another company that is a foreign company. I've been sitting back, I've been watching, I've been listening. And the recommended decision goes into detail why I think the way the decisions are made. I don't necessarily agree with every item on the recommended decision, but I value the background of New Mexicans. I value that so much that they always say, we will always maintain a diverse culture in New Mexico. We are a strong state. We will come and challenge the corporations of utility companies when they try to whip it off to another one that doesn't have a good reputation. So, Mr. Chairman, I just want to state my position as well. I agree with the hearing examiner, and I'll just leave it as that. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So,
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Byrd.
Thank you. We still have exceptions and a whole nother discussion with Mike and maybe more information that's pertinent to this case. And I hope we're not jumping the gun today. But so anyway, I kind of want to move this along is my point here.
Okay.
We didn't, it's not on the thing to vote today, so we still got a lot more information to digest over this, and
Correct.
that's my recommendation.
And
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, and I bring it up as, I've got a feeling now, and certainly based on exceptions and other stuff that might come up when we consider this for a vote, I think we have to consider in the vote whether we want to follow where I think Commissioner Maestas wants to head, which is maybe open it up and see if we can get more evidence and make the deal work. And again, based on what we hear when we hear the exceptions and are ready to take a vote, we can do that. The commission may want to sit on this until January and consider some of our more urgent dockets first, which is another thread I heard from Commissioner Maestas that may be worth listening to, and would certainly give our staff some more time to consider exceptions and present them to us more thoroughly, because I think we'll want to look at them pretty carefully. And Commissioner Maestas will be the chair then, so he'll guide us through that. So I'm certainly open to that as a way to proceed. Commissioner Maestas, any thoughts on that?
So you intend to baptize me by fire as the new chairman in 2022? Was that?
Well, we'll throw you in, and if you drown, you got a backup in Cynthia. She just takes office 6 months earlier.
Well, let me just offer, I agree with Commissioner Byrd. I think we're maybe jumping the gun. I didn't think our discussion would include, really conclusive kind of positions, but, in general, what I always try and pursue or develop is a legally defensible position, number one. And number two, I agree with all of you. I value Ashley's experience and opinion in this. This is a very thorough recommended decision. And, and what you call fool's gold, all these regulatory commitments, they do help collectively, maybe create a stipulation that could be perceived as being in the public interest. But my concern over the conduct and the corporate culture of the parent company Iberdrola, of Avangrid in the Northeast is really troubling. That kind of permeates everything. And so no matter how noble or significant a regulatory commitment can be, in the midst of a larger stipulation, you have that record of really evasive, obstructive conduct, and that it's just, there's a black cloud hanging over this proposed transaction, and it can't be ignored. The ongoing Spanish investigation cannot be ignored. The fact that the CEO of Iberdrola, everyone's, innocent until proven guilty, but the fact that the parent company still intends to include the CEO of Iberdrola, who is, under investigation, still as a proposed, board member, I believe in Avangrid Networks, which would be the ultimate kind of umbrella organization that PNM would be under if this was approved, is troubling to me. That I think it's obvious to anybody that, that is really a problem. And so I was thinking about ways we can insulate PNM under a post-merger approval from these issues that have occurred back east, upper level decisions interfering with operations and not providing adequate budget as an example. But again, kind of these special investigations, it's something out of a spy novel, this cloak and dagger stuff. And I read the confidential investigation, and it concerns me greatly, and that's hard to ignore. But I was obviously, based on my comments today, I was, and I still am, searching for a foundation that we can use after all this time, this evidentiary record that was built. We also have to be mindful that 24 of the 25 interveners either signed on to it or refused to oppose this. And I think that it seems that Ashley said, well, you still have an option to leverage and use this evidentiary record and look at the other commitments and consider other changes that perhaps were discussed, on the record. But there's just these overarching issues that are hard to ignore. And, I'm not really willing. And first of all, I agree that the modifications to the June 4th stipulation recommended by Ashley still don't meet the public interest. And so I think I can safely say that if we're to pursue revisiting those regulatory commitments, they would have to substantially change. And for me, to be collectively considered in the public interest. And we would need other ways to further insulate, or maybe, get some kind of commitments that this new structure not be influenced by upstream organizations. And so I'm an engineer, I like to construct and build and salvage, reconstruct, and I don't have strong pieces here to work with, but I certainly would consider, perhaps looking at Ashley's modifications and see if there's a way that we can build on that. But if a majority of the commissioners feel that the fundamental acquisition, the proposed transaction, is not in the public interest, then it really, just as you said, Mr. Chairman, it doesn't really matter how we sweeten this pot. If you all feel that the fundamental transaction is flawed and cannot be elevated to be in the public interest through additional commitments, then I think we're just spinning our wheels. So I'm trying to find a glimmer of moving forward.
My thought is that probably sometime in January, again, I want to dump it on you, Mr. Chair in waiting, and perhaps in January, we'll have a chance to discuss more, hear the exceptions, and choose a path forward. So,
Mr. Chairman, there's only just maybe one thing missing here, and that I've heard from everybody, but Office of General Counsel and Mike Smith, they're our attorneys, and I realize they're listening to us, and they know perhaps which way this is going. But is there any way, Mr. Chair, we can get some kind of a recommendation from Office of General Counsel aside from today's discussion? Because I think they've read the recommended decision, and I think they should have an opportunity to present their recommendations as well. And so I don't know how that fits into our procedure. And I think, quite frankly, that's a vital element of how we proceed in these matters. So is there any way we can hear from Office of General Counsel in the form of maybe not an order, but maybe a legal memo?
Well, I think if we do a January meeting, that would be part of it. General Counsel would present exceptions. They would present their proposed order. And again, we don't have a time limit, so we can consider it, and we don't have to take a vote at that meeting on a final resolution. We can take it any direction we desire.
Mr. Chair.
So go ahead, Ms. Cynthia Hall, Commissioner Hall.
Well, I appreciate how you want to put this off, but honestly, I think we should hear general counsel present the exceptions and listen to them, see if there's anything in them that would be helpful, and Commissioner Maestas's thought about retrieving a stipulated agreement here, and get some advice from general counsel if anything like that is doable, and finalize our decision this year. There's a drumbeat in the community that's, getting louder and more frequent. And I think it would be, kind of a disservice to everybody, maybe even including ourselves, to put this off. Why? We're focused on it now. We should finish our job. And, I think, we spent most of today talking about this. I think we'll be able to be thinking more productively and creatively if there's ever a time for us to try to embrace what Commissioner Maestas was trying to do, find some way to insulate PNM and somehow, have the company operate in this state in a way that satisfies them and also protects the consumer. Now is the time to figure it out.
So General Counsel Mike, would we be able to consider this on the 18th? And again, that still leaves the door open if we want to push it out or if we want to make a final decision then. We're not, locking ourselves in here. But then that gives Commissioner Hall an opportunity for us to make a quicker decision if that's what we decide to do, or maybe take a little more time once we hear the exceptions and a general counsel's position. Would we be ready by the 18th?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, obviously, I work according to the schedule that the commission wants to follow, and I can certainly have, an order addressing all the exceptions and in the form of a final order or a proposed final order anyway, by the 15th. I could do, that's certainly not a problem.
Okay. And we're okay with our timing on the exceptions, that they're going to be in timely for you to do that?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, yes, the exceptions have been in.
Oh, okay.
You may be thinking of the Four Corners exceptions, which just concluded also.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
And Mr. Chair, Michael, does it make sense to have two orders?
I think this is probably something that we should have discussions about. If the commission doesn't want to, I can schedule it. Let me put it this way. I could schedule for next week's meeting a discussion. It could be an open discussion. It could be a closed discussion. It's up to the commission. I could present the exceptions next week if you wanted, and then you could make a decision either that day or the following meeting. Four Corners case will be presented next week. So I guess there's a question there is whether the commission, if you want to avoid doubling things up, I mean, it's kind of inevitable that you're going to double these two cases up in some way. So you could have a discussion on this, hear from hearing examiner Medeiros on the Four Corners case and make a final decision on both the following week, the last meeting. It's up to you, really, or you can talk to me in advance, trying to prepare two different orders for this case, dueling orders, given the complexity of this case.
Yeah.
Excuse me, and quite frankly, the sort of the polar opposite sides that those two orders would represent would be somewhat difficult.
Yeah, I agree. I do agree.
Okay, so.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I won't fight about having to go to January if if it's just too much to do.
Well, Mr. Chairman,
Chairman.
Commissioner, I can certainly prepare the orders.
So, Michael, how does, and commissioners, does it make sense to present exceptions next week and proposed order the following week? And that way we can, they're not getting pancaked on us all at once. And we have more time to consider those exceptions before we make a decision on a final order. Would that work for the commission?
I can live with it.
Man.
Yeah.
Well, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I guess what I would do is follow my normal practices, which is to write up the exceptions with a proposed order. So the commission could you could decide at that time whether you wanted to take final action or defer it for another week.
Okay. So let's do it that way. If that's I don't want to disturb what's an effective working process for you. So let's do it that way.
I think Commissioner Byrd had something to say.
Commissioner Byrd.
Oh, I just said that was a good plan, the next 2 weeks.
Okay.
That's fine with me too.
Okay, good. Good discussion today. I think we have some issues to work through here. But again, I appreciate everybody's openness on this. And I apologize if I jumped out with my opinion a little bit quickly, but I wanted to give people enough notice to know what my specific concerns are and what needs to be overcome. I didn't want to keep that a secret. Hopefully that'll help Michael in his work and all the commissioners in their thinking as well. So thanks for your tolerance on that. So with that, let's go on to the next agenda item. And so we're on to communications and
how brief would you like me to be, Mr. Chairman?
Into Wayne's world. And Wayne, I owe you a write-up, and I really didn't want to see you today because I'm feeling so guilty. I wanted to hide, but here you are.
I'm here. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. It's nice to see you, and no need to feel guilty. We all on staff understand how busy you are and how many very important matters you are juggling at this time of the year. So I will be very brief, Mr. Chairman. Mainly, I just want to say thank you to you for your service on behalf of staff, for your service as chair of the commission. I've obviously worked for a number of boards during my career. I've also served on boards. And if anybody asked me to serve as chair on any of the boards that I'm a member of, I would say no, because I've seen enough over the course of my career and participation in boards to know that it's a tough job. You have to balance a lot of interests. You have to be fair. And as I said, it's a tough job. And I'm not just saying this, Mr. Chair. In my brief time at the commission, I think you've done a wonderful job serving as chair because you have been fair. You make sure that everybody on the commission has an opportunity to participate in meetings, express their opinions, whether you may agree with them or not. And that's not something that all chairs do. And very open, very transparent. Certainly supportive of me during my short tenure here with the commission. So, Mr. Chairman, just wanted to say thank you on behalf of myself for your service as chair. Certainly want to say congratulations to Commissioner Maestas and Commissioner Hall for their willingness to step in next year. Look forward to working with them, continuing the good work that the commission is doing right now. But I think that's all. I'll leave it at that, Mr. Chairman, with again, just saying thank you for your service.
Well, thank you. And I just have to express my confidence that both Commissioner Maestas and Commissioner Hall will do as well or better. And I'm looking forward to it. Communications with general counsel.
Mr. Chairman, I guess I had one thing I needed to bring up, which is I just wanted to point out that our law clerk or legal assistant, I always forget Isaac's title. Isaac is going to be out on well-deserved annual leave starting tomorrow, and will not be here when the next, he will not be handling the distribution, rather, of the agenda. And the one, I think we've got all the obstacles to that figured out, but the one issue that comes up is, and I don't think it's a huge issue because I understand he's distributing PDFs of the documents that are on the agenda to everybody, but the e-agenda will not be available for this coming agenda. So I just wanted to point that out. Obviously, it would have to be in the building or using the VPN to utilize the e-agenda, but you would still be getting the PDFs of the documents anyway. So I just wanted to let you know that that's available. I mean, rather that's going to happen because he's going to be out. And then I also just wanted to quickly remind, I wasn't sure if there were congratulations to Commissioner Maestas for becoming the chair, but I did just want to point out that the way we noticed this, the chair position starts for 2022, so it would take effect January 1st, 2022. So I think that's what everybody intended. I'm not sure the motion was specific on that when we voted on it, but that's how it was listed on the agenda.
I think that's what it was intended.
Yes, that was my understanding as well. Yeah. But it looked like Commissioner Fishman was ready to get out the door right now, so I wasn't.
Yeah, I could hand it over next week, but
anyway,
we'll get there. And I know that again, everybody gets their say here, so I'm not too worried about it one way or the other.
Sorry to burst your bubble if you thought you got an early excuses, Commissioner.
Yeah. So this was just a revenge maneuver on your part?
Not my part.
Oh, okay. Who are you going to throw under the bus?
I'll claim that one.
Oh, okay, Jeff. Okay.
That's all I have.
All right, thank you. Communications with commissioners.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Byrd.
I have just a real quick one, and of course, it's just me bragging on my son again. He made the state all-star 1A, 2A, 3A football team, and we'll be playing in the all-star game this Saturday.
Wow. That's excellent. Gosh, congratulations. Proud father.
You know, I had very little to do with it other than he looks just like me. So.
Well, is it going to be televised anywhere?
Oh, well, NMPRC may have it on their website, but you have to pay to watch. There's a possibility a parent will put it on Facebook Live, but there's no, as far as I know, there's no televised, like television network, going to carry it. It'll be recorded for highlights. That'll be about it.
I can't recall his position. What position does he play?
So on our little 8-man team, he was a lineman, both offensive, defensive. Not because he was, just because he was one of the biggest kids. So anyway, they brought him in as kind of an alternate, and kind of thinking they're going to put him in as a guard, receiving guard, because he's really fast. We already know he's faster than the kid that can win the 200-yard state championship. So that's most likely where he's going to end up playing. He did a little bit of that in regular season when Hayden was out, but he's really too small to play a line in 11-man football. And this is going to be 11-man rather than 8-man, which is what our school plays.
So when he gets to college, he'll be the running back, right? He's got the speed and the size for that.
He's got the speed. Again, he's my size. without the pair, right? But he is really fast. But
hey, these low to the ground guys, they get a lot of leverage. They can do a lot of damage.
You know, besides that, he's on the state championship powerlifting team. You know, so he is strong. But we'll see. That's a long ways away. I just wanted to brag on him a little bit, and all these kids. There's a kid from Tucumcari that's going to be on that team as well, and so I just want to congratulate them publicly.
Well, I do too. And thank you for telling us about it.
You bet.
Congratulations. Other communications with commissioners. Jeff, thank you for bringing brightness to our day.
Yeah.
You bet.
Okay, sounds like there's no other comments, so we're going to adjourn till next week. Thanks all for the great discussion.
See you guys.
Thank
See ya.
you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Later.